Hello everyone and welcome back. This is the PMPL SEA Wildcard. And today is going to be one of the most historic days as we move toward the end of the week to see which teams are going to make it to the next part of the tournament. I'm Tash Bunny alongside Sir Cloud, and we are your casters for today.
Hello everybody, Tash, how are you today? Looking good? Hopefully you get enough sleep.
Let's not talk about that. But for now, let's talk a bit about yesterday, where WPM managed to get one of the most dominating and strong endings we've seen thus far in the tournament.
Yes, they ended yesterday with not only a chicken dinner, but also the most eliminations that we have in the wildcard so far. 21 eliminations, that's going to be a big record to beat. But what's to beat is of course you guys. Who's going to get the first Silver Guru set?
Yes, the Silver Guru set is the brand new ultimate set available right now, and I have to say, if you are a fan of collecting cosmetics, the Silver Guru set will complement your sets very, very well. Not only do you get the outfit for cosmetics, but also the weapon skin at the same time.
Yeah, and also the M4 is upgradable, so upgrade it maximum. And besides that, while you're at it, while you're inside the game, do check out the new Royal Pass that is currently available. Of course, this is seasonal, so you may not know whether it's going to come back or not. Don't want to miss out on this, and just add into your collection, especially if you actively play it, which you should. That's where you can maximize your opportunity of getting all these beautiful, amazing skins. You got the buggy, you got the nade, you got the bag, you got the hat, you got the full suit, everything else, including the parachute.
Yeah, speaking of that as well, we also have the Bruce Lee X PUBG Mobile bundle out right now. Have faith in yourself. If you guys love the OG and want to give homage to one of the coolest legends right here in the world, please do get yourself this outfit, whether or not you want to be the Afro guy, the cute little girl in the outfit, or even Bruce Lee himself. Come and get it. This is out for a limited time only.
Oh yeah, hashtag PUBG MX Bruce Lee while you're at it. Whenever you create content, just put up the hashtag, do tag us as well, because we'd like to see what you do with this content. And at the same time, if you don't know who else to tag, do tag all these social medias. Follow us at the same time.
Yep, TikTok or even YouTube is the way to go here, where you can watch our live streams, our latest updates, and even memes as mentioned by Sir Cloud. So a lot to talk about right now, especially since yesterday, because we're starting to see a whole different pace and a whole different situation going on with all of these teams. If you guys remember yesterday, where we start seeing I would say a step up from the teams over on the bottom side of ladder, especially from SKR, is a team that we should truly look out for. Regardless, the overview of the standings right now, or rather the Seek Out Spring, is something that we should look out for here. Week 1 ended, and now we're toward the end of week 2, where currently we have 20 teams based on their standings from week 1 playing for 5 matches a day from today all the way till Sunday. And today is the second last day of the week before they head into the top 16, where 2 weeks bonus points will sort of boost them into the finals.
And they will be eyeing the total prize pool of $40,000 US currently on the line. Who will get it? Well, we need to wait and see, because grand finals will be happening next week. And on top of monetary value, these teams have a shot to go on to the next stage, which is called the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia, or in short the PMSL, and they will be joining the top teams from their respective PMPL countries, from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, as well as Vietnam. So who will be the wildcard representative that will bring glory to the wildcard teams?
It's always very interesting when you see the wildcard situation here, because I think that most viewers would be more invested in their own country leagues. But at the same time, these wildcard teams that come out of this tournament have shown a record of really taking things at a whole different level as they move on to the main league. Regardless, the bonus points that I was talking about in terms of snowballing, there's always the weekly bonus and the total bonus alongside the initial bonus, which means these points at the start of the finals will be equal to the total bonus points, which means that when you guys start the finals later, it will really help you snowball forward as you start the next week. Regardless, these are the teams right now, and you can see that each team has been reshuffled based on their standings on Group 1. And every day there's going to be a different change to the groups playing in each map. And I think that each group will be playing with at least each team And another thing that's really important is that because you're not playing with the same teams over and over again, it's really hard to really establish your drop spots, how you want to play, as well as the momentum of the game. But some teams are starting to find that rhythm, that sweet spot between too aggressive and survivability. And we're starting to see that, I would say, the intention of how they go into every single game. Now, speaking of intentions, let's have a look at the head-to-head here between Federalis and Ichi.
Yeah, yesterday we had like all 4 players from West Point Mamba in the running to be the FMVP or the full MVP of this tournament. And of course, we have to have Federalis who performed really well yesterday with a little bit more average eliminations than Ichi, a little bit more average damage, average survival time as well falls to him. Total throwables used, but that's absolutely fine. I mean, it's very situational how you use your utilities, but this is where it all matters. West Point Mamba opened up a 25 point gap with GE.
It's really interesting to think that before the final match of the day yesterday, WPM and GE were only 1 point behind until their huge comeback in the final match of the day. Now, the teams that I'm really worried about right now are the ones who are number 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 here, because you're starting to see that score disparity. 10 points difference between KE and GLAP. The Vipers another 9 points behind. And then you start to see 39, 37, 30, and 26. For Axis, we saw a big gap between 20th place as well as 19th. They did make a comeback toward the second half of the day yesterday, but today is going to be a big test for them, because as we head to today and tomorrow, the end of the week means that they really need to do that step up. What can they do to make sure that they make it out alive at the top 16 places?
Yeah, speaking about stepping up, well, out of our top 5 teams, 3 of them are from the Philippines, so they are doing really well in week number 2. Obviously, now we're looking at most of the highlights from West Point Mamba, GE, as well as PBE. These teams performed well yesterday. In particularly, what caught my eye is PBE. I think they changed their playstyle to be a lot more aggressive in week number 2. They seem to be really confident, and this is something that I don't think it's only me, but also fans from the Philippines expect, because they were representatives of their own country in the last SEA Games.
It's also really important to mention that prior to this season, Philippines only just joined this region when it comes to PUBG Mobile. And I remember last year, it felt like they were leagues away from the other regions that have been in this tournament for so long. And now they're really making a statement coming into this season, showing us that yes, Philippines is definitely out here and can compete with the well-known countries in PUBG Mobile like Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, and everything else in between. Regardless, right now for the top sign-up performers, which is our first map of the day, KE right now on the leading spot with 19, and SKR start to show us, I would say, that like consistency as well. A, C, D, and E will be the opening of the day. So if you think about A, C, D, and E, no Group B, and I think that for Group B here, no SKR, YG, Vipers, and Axis. For Axis, I think that Sanok would be a good map for them because it's aggressive. It can work out in their playstyle, but at the same time, it always felt like they were falling a little bit behind when it comes to momentum. So it might be a good thing that they didn't start the day with Sanok.
Yeah, maybe it's a blessing in disguise. So Sanhok will only be played once, just like every other day, and then we'll be playing 2 Erangels and followed by 2 Miramas. So they'll be dodging Sanhok for today. But let's speak about some predictions coming into the Sanhok map. So Tash, your predictions on the board right now. Talk us through this.
Okay, so if we look at Sin, I think that we've seen a big improvement with how they play. They always come quite close, and I think that consistency has been something that they've managed to really wrangle, or I would say deal with, especially as they move on toward day number 2. Now for BG as well, we're starting to see the aggression come up. The overheat is still very much there, but so long as they still play as a unit, I think it works really great. And WPM speaks for itself, and I hope that I would say that momentum or aggression from the last map from yesterday will come into Sanok as well, because I feel like that kind of really fast gameplay works very well in this map.
Yeah, for me, I deliberately picked the middle teams, FOD as well as Flash Vision Esports, because I think that they need a boost for this week. Because last week they were kind of about the same, but except for FOD, they were on top. So on average, if they want to have a good start, they got to do well this week. And of course, for APG, they are also in the middle. In fact, they are just next to each other in the overall chart. So APG, I mean, a very nostalgic team as well. Attached, you have a lot of memories with Zero. So we want to see these teams do well too.
Yeah, I think that for a lot of teams right now, it's really hard to really pinpoint what's going through their mind as we go to the last 2 days of this particular week. And I have a feeling we're going to start to see a big shift in momentum, a big shift in playstyle and gameplay, but we cannot really pinpoint what exactly is going to be because some teams, they prefer to hang back and wait and see. It's a very, I would say, APG kind of situation where they kind of like hang back, wait and see sort of how they play. But then you also have teams that's very contrasting like WPM who like to make things happen. So it's very, very... Sorry, I got cut off there. But yeah, it's very, very contrasting. But at the same time, I think that it's up to these teams to really figure out how to counter each and every strat. Regardless, flight path from the northern side all the way down to Bantai. No issues dropping anywhere they want. But in this situation, for this map, I am expecting it to be a really fast one because of how aggressive each teams have been yesterday.
Yeah, I do expect that as well. I mean, the new and reworked Sandhawk Blue Zone has definitely affected teams, so they know that they cannot heal on the outside towards the end just like before, so they know that they must fight their way through. And being a smaller map, naturally that will happen as compared to bigger maps like Erangel and Miramar. Now, looking at the drops, very interesting inside the bootcamp. We got two teams and they're starting hard and fast. H2O versus KE. H2O, two players gunned down. KE may lose one, but the fight's not over yet.
Man, just as I said, it's going to be very aggressive. H2O now in trouble, just dropping by into the areas of KE. Already, Labo knocked down, sprays on the other side. Top, ending up this very clean, didn't lose anyone at all. Only one knock, but the top will be the one making it big with 3 kills in the pocket. We just talked about aggression, and I think that this particular era where they dropped in is a hotspot if you think about it. It was already pretty much expected that there's going to be a team here that's going to come down, and we always talked about drop spots in terms of like areas that's really, really hot, where we kind of expect these early fights to happen, and the team with the fastest loots or getting really lucky with their items will be able to come out on top. And I feel like that's exactly what happened with KE.
Oh, and yesterday we did talk about the possibility of teams just running at each other, playing ultra aggressive because of whether it's desperation, whether it's nothing to lose. I think today we will start to see those kind of plays happening.
Yeah. This situation for Asia, I think that for Asia, we're seeing less of this early game aggression. It felt like for week number 1, they were all about like dropping into areas where are hot spots, taking up early fights, and they were flashy, they were aggressive, and I love to see it. But then you start seeing the momentum kind of die down as most teams start to really understand how they work. And this change of pace really works out for them because it allows them that survivability. Because toward the earlier part of this week, I believe, they were getting knocked out fairly early, and we were questioning what happened to Austria, and this was literally it. The adaptation of different teams, maybe perhaps the idea of how they played, and then to really figure out how aggressive can they go before they need to be able to put a full stop there. How aggressive can they push out before they need to say, okay, that's a little bit too far, we might be overheating.
Yeah, sometimes it depends on how the other teams behave, right? And that's the fun thing about having a round-robin group, is that every round you have different teams have different patterns, and adaptation will be the key. And your adaptation is not like, okay, today I adapt this day, tomorrow I adapt the other day. No, you have to go around after round, and that's the tricky part about playing such a league. And of course, that is the adaptation that they need to take if they want to be the champions. Now, moving back over to bootcamp, you can see that Falcon dropped by. KE are the kings of bootcamp. They didn't lose anyone in the fight against H2O, and it's kind of sad as well that H2O went out early because they have that potential. We have seen them grinding out elimination points before, but unfortunately not a good start.
Top probably a little bit too aggressive here outside of the compound, goes down. His teammates is ready to pick him up if possible. Using him as bait for the time being. Gotta make sure they're holding him all around. Pick up on Chanlo is not gonna be very difficult, honestly, as we don't really see a lot of fire power really thrown back at them. Only Andrew getting tagged, because this is a sort of like a terrain here, giving them a lot of space to reset, to get the revive as well. But the top time is running down. We see Davan pushing forward here. But at this point, it's a little bit too late because Davan is the only one that's pushed up. The rest of the other members of KE a little bit too far away. Their repositions is not as fast as I expected it to be. And in this situation as well, you have to remember that Davan is the one, the top is the one that has the extra kills in his pockets. You want to go for the aggression. There we go. Andrew saying, okay, you didn't come out. Just take him out of the way. And as the other members of Falcon are just going to be happy with that 1 point is one. And number two, not push in too much because they know the potential of the power that KE has when it comes to CQCs.
Oh, check out the right side of the map, Tash. Looks like another teams are coming in. And it's going to be FOD. Okay, very interesting. I'm wondering why this spot is really, really hot now. So, because the circle is it's a little bit on the northern side, so I would guess that it's because all these teams, because we only remain like today and tomorrow, they're just going in for all-out aggression like what we discussed.
Yeah, and also what I really like about FOD here is just not FOD, sorry, KE is the fact that they didn't go up to pick up the top because they are understanding that there might be someone on the high ground to their right. So what they did was just they sacrificed the top, and in exchange, Falcon will be the one in trouble here. Look at how broken they are with one out of the way. Chanlone not being able to pick up, and Andrew just swimming out. Not the greatest situation to happen, and KE retaliates. Let's throw that fire, answering the calls of FOD for war. This angle, especially inside of the compound, gives them so much value, cover, as well as a nasty angle to work with.
Quite a risk that Falcon took to go in for a swim, because FOD could shoot them down from that high ground.
I don't think they noticed that Andrew dropped down and Chanlone was still in that corner, so perhaps Chanlone was the distraction as Andrew got away. In the end, I feel like Falcon kind of overstayed their welcome there. They got the pick. Look how long they wanted to really, really bait out KE in that area. And because of that, it attracted other eyes to them. It was going to be Falcon that got there. Ultimately, they got punished as well. So each 1-1-1 for one. Not the worst situation.
Yeah, it's still alright. Yeah. Considering what happened to H2O, I think losing one is still okay. Hopefully H2O will be able to recover next because they have like 3 matches at least to play today. Still a lot of work for them to do.
The situation for H2O, looking at their points here, 15th place, they have to be a little worried at this point, given the fact that today and tomorrow are the final 2 days. You want to be able to go out with as many points as possible. And you know, when you interview some of the players, right, like teams like FWPM, they want to end the week on the top spot. They want to just hold it up there. But there are some teams that just like, no, we just want to play for the top 16. We just want to qualify. But the mindset's interesting, no? Because when you just play for the idea of qualifying, does it mean that you are hiding your strats and just playing just enough to survive? Or are you just playing that way because you are unconfident with your skills?
Okay, that's a very interesting thought, right? So I think it really depends. Maybe the teams at the bottom half, or maybe at the bottom quarter, I would say, confidence level might not be as high. But if you're like number one right now, for example, like what we saw yesterday, West Point Mamba, they were overwhelming with confidence that they just, when they saw one compound with a team, they just go all in and they win fight after fight after fight. And sometimes it's just the confidence that you need, like the no hesitation move. And if you have that, you can overpower your opponent.
Yeah, and on top of that, I also believe that for WPM, this might be how they usually play, but they've been holding back. They don't want to let everyone see what they have up their sleeve just yet, especially as you move on toward the finals. Regardless, going to be Polly with the opening pick here. G-Lap finds Panda as well. Not a great situation here for SP. We also see GE at the bottom side. They were also in the midst of third partying. Skynin going a little bit aggressive here as Dizzy pushing up alongside Astro. And I'm really liking the fact that they're going 2-2. They're going to be encroaching this compound. They want to take it out of the way. And I don't blame them. This is prime location as I had great high ground to play with. At the same time, it's a 3-way fight. You can go in for the kill steals. You can kind of have a gentlemanly agreement and just kind of like go toward one team and then fight the other team after the weaker team is out of the way. But right now, the weaker team is going to be G-Lab here. Kai struggling for his life inside of the smokes. You can hear that reactionary call back from SP, but for Poly, no pickup just yet.
Okay, long range from G-Lab. Looks like they have secured a large perimeter on this area. Just look at the split now. They have 2 on the left and 2 on the back. So that means that this whole kind of like a hill area around the areas of Tatmall fully secured by them. Anyone comes by, they'll be shot down. But speaking about shooting down, looks like GE lost Zai from a long range. Paulie will be taken out by Smile as well.
This is a very interesting situation because for Asia, they were just sort of scouting around. They saw the three-way fight. They took the high ground on the other side, and they saw GE playing on the side of the train. GE in the middle of, I would say, a flat area. They're just kill stealing at this point. Speaking of kill stealing, PBE with the long range shots here finds a member of WPM. It's going to be Migs out of the way first, and we know that from Migs yesterday, we haven't really seen his, I would say, his top place as the heavy hitter for the team has been taken away by Michi. So I think that it can kind of like answer my questions yesterday about what can WPM do without Migs, who is the heavy hitter. Regardless, with Michi and Federales stepping up, this might be a whole different story for the team because they don't have to rely on one person doing everything. Because I was asking this for the last, I would say, the first 2 days and last week because it was just Migs with the damage, but not the kills.
Yeah, it's very dangerous if you depend on only one player, right? So what if that person goes out early for whatever reason? Maybe it's an accident, maybe it's an early clash that he didn't want to get involved with. What is the team going to do? And that is very, very difficult. That is very, very hard. That's why sometimes I do admire teams like West Point Mamba. I think overall, frankly speaking, in my opinion, I think that they're really balanced. Like they have everyone's really working it out. PBE as well. Everyone's working it out. Everyone's pulling their own weight. So
no chicken, no problem, right?
And plus, no chicken, no problem. Gotta give it to them.
Yeah, but saw the circle sort of pulling up toward the north. And you saw the amount of zone control PBE has. It was honestly really great zone prediction by them, holding into the top side of the area. They were playing at the side of the terrain. Now, why are they playing like that? It's because they're not allowing anyone to take the top side of the area. It's gonna be Raul getting the pick off first by BG. BG once again showing us what aggression they can bring to the table. Let's see them just going forward here out the blue zone. So aggressive by May W as well. What spray is coming through? Look at that, already with 2 Chewy out of the way. There are gonna be some pickoffs as well as VG. They are the teams who are in the blue zone. They were trying to fight to get inside of the circle, but FVE will be the one suffering.
Well, pro teams call that a jump scare. You open up the door.
Jump scare?
Yeah, you open the door, someone's waiting for you in the corner. It always happens inside of Sandhawk. And now May W is not done yet. Ranger will be taken off. And it's going to be Amura. Still falls onto BG's hand, so that's okay, regardless of who got it. BG 2 players need to get into the circle. Now we move over to FOD versus FSP in the same compound. Looks like SP is in trouble. 2v4.
We've seen this fight happen for quite some time now between these two teams. It's as though they were in a Mexican standoff where we see some pickoffs and then you see the quiet cut of the noise. It's gonna be Ichi finding FOD here. GE still very much around to make some noise. SP playing the corner here, trying to make sure they can spray together, playing close. Finds John here, one shot misses. Beautiful play from John, make it 2! What on earth, John? Beautifully done. SP out of the way, and it's gonna be huge for FOD.
DBS at that range, deadly. I was watching another tournament earlier today, and the caster said the same thing. DBS is just overpowered now, especially at that range, and especially inside of Sandhawk.
That jump shot's nasty as well, because when you jump out, you cannot really pinpoint where exactly they're gonna be coming with. You can't really spray it out at the same time, because when you jump, your crosshair isn't gonna be putting in every single bullet onto the body. That's painful. I want to use DBS every day from now on.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at how big the crosshair of DBS is, right? It's hard to miss.
Ew.
Yeah, just look at that.
Ew. Can't believe he did that.
Yeah.
Nasty. I mean, like, he was like, you DBS my friend? I got one too, my friend. Ka-chow. Thank you very much. And I'm going to pick up my friend.
Probably going to see another DBS play here, but we're going to start off with an M4 first. Kai doesn't know that someone's behind there. See, I told you, Tash! Another DBS play. Smile will be smiling to the lobby.
Yeah, if you have a DBS, you can't smile. Look at the nade, just lobbed out, beautifully done. West picks up that damage, but Smile is the one who comes up on top. GE not in a good situation. You saw my GE just getting picked up from so many different angles. this terrain is not doing them any favors. Even if they are inside of the blue zone, they are playing on a very open area at the same time. You can't go to a high ground outside the blue zone. Yes, it hurts, but you are open to the shots. You are open to get knocked down. Look at that. KE, one player already going down to the zone, and now a little bit of a healing game here by G-Lab as they kind of wait out a circle pushing out here, and the only two teams that are inside the circle is TX and PBE. Now, if you remember TX, they've been struggling this week. I'm really hoping that today will be a redemption day for them.
Oh yeah, I hope so as well. They are at number 19 in terms of the overall weekly charts, so it's a lot of work still for them to do. Just to look at the circle, right? So the circle entirely goes onto the main peninsula. We still have a couple of teams on the Camp Alpha Island. Swimming across is never fun, especially you don't have the circle. Expect to be gate capped and expect that a couple of other teams will be swimming in the same direction, so we will see a lot of fights happening. It's very unlikely for a team to survive that.
It's all just pickoffs on pickoffs on pickoffs here, if you've noticed. It's not really a 4v4. The only 4v4 we saw was in the beginning of the match. And this is because of the hard shifts as well as the terrains. It's really, really hard for you to go when this area is pulling up. There's not a lot of space as well. KE playing inside of blue zone finds Beak. Huge, using the terrain, taking up the damage as well. I have to call this a very, very brave play coming through. And I think this is the understanding for KE that they might not make it into the circle. So before you go down, let's just get as many kills as we can. And I think this is also the same mindset that we saw from WPM yesterday.
At the same time, the blue zone is putting pressure onto those still on Camp Alpha Island, especially the Camp Alpha Hill. So we can see that he's forced to move with only one first aid left. Now we move over to PBE, currently in the circle. I believe they are on the high ground, so it's a good location for them. APG as well, but they want to take out TX to ensure this perimeter is secured.
We're just talking about TX just now and looking like WPM already on a rampage finds Andrew, the man who was swimming away to safety. Meanwhile, you can see a three-way fight going on here. FOD, PBE, Enigma as well as FOD. Ring around Rosie for these two teams. It's a trade on trade here as of FOD now just falling apart. GE as well, 12th place eliminated. Enigma not quite out of the game quite yet. They do get knocks, but not enough to knock them out.
Ooh, the zone at the same time has arrived, but it should be just nice. Okay, stop just right behind them. Now FOD needs to move further forward, but Enigma's right in front of the FOD. Gets a knockdown to the kid from APG. I think they are kind of split up for now. Oh no, FOD, only 2 players left, but somehow they managed to tag someone who's on the other side.
It's a very fast first map. Very hard shift to the north as well. Sonic safe inside of the compound. We saw them move toward it, and through the scuffle, they managed to grab it at the same time as the other teams sort of rotated. PBE still holding on to their areas. Enigma, despite not having their full... Sorry, they have their full lineup. It's a 2-2 situation here coming from different areas. Joseph in trouble. He tries to make something happen. There's a knock onto QB. Gonna be hard to get that isolate, but Koopa is running forward. He can rush to the left side here, but he's so very low. Does go down eventually. 9th place for him. 6 eliminations already. And Enigma, still very healthy, gets that reset. Beautifully done.
There goes my prediction, FOD. But I still got APG though. Just saying, they're still in it with the full squad. But now fight after fight's happening. There we go, gets one onto Michi. Michi being eliminated. PBE has not been stopping since yesterday.
What a shot. PBE, great circle prediction, and has been holding on to the area for a long time now as we hit into the final 5 of the day. APG, Enigma, TX, and PBE all very healthy, still with 4, but you start to see a shift in noise and momentum as the teams start to figure out how exactly to play in this open area. It's also a sort of terrain as well. You can prone down, but going up to the top can be in trouble. As what a nade. Finds Edward. Edward doesn't flinch. Man says, all I need to do is be able to see you to take you out. And because he didn't move, Arimon has no clue whether or not that nade actually hit.
Yeah. I'm not sure if he knows. Okay, now he would have heard the footsteps.
So he knows now.
He'll show up. You shoot Edward at the lower ground, try to fight to the high ground. But look what he has. He has a DBS. DBS tries to get as close as possible towards Raimon. Raimon knows he saw something there. He's trying to retreat. He knows they cannot take on a DBS head on.
It's gonna be really nasty. Jump shot forward, but Edward comes up on top, punishes him, but he has 5 eliminations in the bag. PBE still very, very healthy. They want to take this, but look at the damage coming in from Enigma from the top side. PBE does have a compound, Demigod and Arimon both on the other sides. Cool and Monboy can go for the straight out fires from the cover, allowing the teammates for the reposition. TX not moving just a bit. And I think for the idea of TX is that if they sit quietly enough and wait for those fights, they can third party and get those picks into their pocket, thus giving them this extra points they need.
Wow, Tash, and you mentioned about DX. They're currently in the compound in the middle of the circle. But the bad news is that all teams will be eyeing that compound, so they need to be prepared. The good news is that they still have a full squad. They can cover multiple angles, and now it's about the other teams trying to get close to them.
Koopa getting sprayed, a little bit dangerous coming in from that angle. Bullet drops not in his favor, at least from Monboy. But it is enough to sort of zone them out of the way as the damages come through. But Arimon pushing up forward. This man fears nothing. With a motorcycle, pushes up, understanding that he needs to get closer to make his shots actually land and actually hit. It's a little bit of a resupply here, as TF is the one with the aggression. One member knocked down from their team, but TF not stopping the pressure. Just to allow his teammates a little bit more areas to breathe and push up, at least get that reset at the same time. But APG is not in the best of area. Even though it is a high ground, it is closer to the blue zone, and moving down forward is going to be a problem.
Let's see if they need to. As will be reviewed with the circle soon in about 5 more seconds. PBE at the same time, they still have a full squad too. TX still defending this compound well. And TX still has the circle with the compound. They just need to be prepared for the incoming left and right from APG and PBE.
APG, I wouldn't say the most flashiest team, but has been getting those huge picks. And here we go, talking about picks. TX, one member picked off there. Nasty angle to work with. Now remember, that compound is in the middle, but the problem with that compound is it's all the way down at the lower ground, under the lower terrain.
Oh,
There's
here
a lot
we
of angles
go.
for the high ground to work with, and it's going to be PBE with the aggression rushing through from the other side. APG as well. Everyone coming forward. Two members of TX blown up to smithereens. Can go for the revive.
Raimon,
Finds PBE. Marymon, right side by side. Not too sure what happened there. Aaron gets in the end. Cool, goes down, TF finds Aaron, TF finds Rio as well, but Sonic there to save the day.
Oh.
Zen finds Arimon, Grenade and Eliminator is gonna be Sonic.
Oh, TX, they need to hold on to this, hold on to their lives. Only 2 players left, but it's the same situation for the other teams as well. Shroud tries to get as close as possible. He's currently in the circle, so he can wait it out for now. But can't say the same for Enigma. Enigma, gotta be careful! There's one player from PBE coming from behind! They will be backstabbed!
Very great way of playing this. Honestly, they know exactly where Monboy is. Has to be careful at the same time. Oh no, they don't know Demigod is there. I'm pretty sure Demigod has all the information he needs. But he's in the blue zone. Oh man, a little bit too aggressive. But he's not able to get inside of the circle. That's gonna be a problem there for Demigod. He can just deny that point as much as he can. Regardless, Encore, APG with the aggression coming in right on time. Enigma as well dominating. PBE down to 1, and now we're down to the top 3 here. PBE with 1, APG with 1, TX with 2. TX man advantage. Let's see if they're able to play together. That need barely misses Shroud.
And not only that, they have the circle advantage. Now that we're in 9th phase of the circle, the blue will close in entirely, and it will start from the sides. That means Shroud together with Raimon or Bonboy will be pressured by the blue first. Especially Shroud, he does not have anywhere else to go. No covers for him. He needs to move forward.
Speaking of that, a lot of these teams are running out of resources. We've seen 3 to 4 way fights from at least stage 7 all the way till 9. It's always been in this area. And we saw as well, TX, even though they had the advantage in terms of the compound, 2 teams, APG and Enigma, were running into them at the same time. Here comes the sprays coming through. Here's Zen eating a lot of damage. Knows exactly where Monboy is. Zen is so very low. Monboy just proning forward, moving with the circle. A smart idea. Shroud gets blown to smithereens by Monboy. Perfectly timed nade.
Well, he needed a Zen moment there, and he got it. Now, Monboy, 1v2, can he pull off a clutch here? We are talking about the Philippines SEA Games representative from the previous tournament. And now Monboy goes in, but the DBS is there. DBS, ladies and gentlemen, how are you going to counter that right in front of your face? Monboy did his best, but he just falls to the DBS.
Seemed like it could go through any person, honestly, in that particular match, as TX looked very, very bad for them as they got hit from so many different sides, from so many different teams. But in that scuffle, they managed to leave the compound, reposition, get those picks, and go back inside. They lost 2, but they still won at the end, in spite of their low 2-man advantage. TX, we were just talking about them being at 19th place, and this is a great opener for them, just to kind of catapult them all the way up, hopefully to top 16.
I'm loving it. I'm loving teams from page 2 actually stepping it up. And this is the first chicken dinner for DX this week. Last week, they got a couple, but this week, it took them a while. But never late and never they say.
It's really good when you think about it on how they play. Is about not just learning but understanding that in the grand scheme of things of how they played Sanhok, the idea of how they handled a rogue circle was very, very good. The idea that they needed to get a compound first, they need to go for the positioning first, is also very good. PBE had the same idea. It was in the situation where the circle was just not favoring them. It pulled toward TX's side, and suddenly everyone was just shifting together. And in that situation where so many people coming from so many different areas, you can't really figure out which team you want to focus fire first, which a team is your teammate at the same time. Regardless, Zen with the big opening here with, I would say, 3 eliminations in his pocket. He did a really, really good job. We saw a very, very beautiful DBS plays, as well as some sprays as well between him and his teammate. I think for TX, their teamwork has been pretty good. They have some really good crossfires coming through as well. And if you remember toward the last man alive there between 2 versus 1, what they did was just they swung together from 2 different angles, not allowing the isolate to make sure that that chicken dinner doesn't get stolen away. And I think this is something that they learned after seeing what happened last week in the 1v3.
Yeah, so I mean, Zen today he popped off. He almost got knocked down earlier on, but he managed to retreat back into that one shack and he managed to reset himself. The moment he did, 2v1 came in and the rest was history, they say.
Regardless, see PBE, APG, and Enigma. Enigma looking much better today. We were just talking about how they weren't very flexible with how they played. Today was really good. They were playing these very nasty angles. They didn't mind being the last person to get into the circle. It's as though they are understanding that it's okay to play a little bit distant to each other, but understanding how exactly to communicate that information and move at the right timing has been huge. APG is still doing the same thing they always do, which is not showing that early aggression just yet, not taking fights they don't have to, and understanding that towards circle 5 all the way till the end, they can go aggressive and get as many kills as they want. And I feel like they're the type of team that doesn't need to force things, and it's been working out so good for them.
Yep, and this is the highlights from the previous round. So as expected, a lot of DBS plays. This is definitely going to be the meta until something changes, something nerf, or I don't know. I am in the opinion that the DBS should be put back into the airdrop just like way before.
Looking at how these teams have been playing, very clean, really good teamwork, and understanding that how fast this map has been moving is very surprising to me, because the pacing has changed, and with 15 elimination points, I would say that TX is a team that was just going for that placement points. If you want to look at eliminations that are high, PBE, APG, they have it in the bag. Now PBE and APG, 2 different teams. PBE is a lot more aggressive. If you remember, they are actively out there looking for kills as they go to their area, but APG is the type of team that will take a fight in order to get that area. It's very different to TX, who is there first and holds on to the compound. APG trying to take the compound away.
Yeah, APG, well, in fact, this round is not a bad round for APG, you can't think about it. So overall, 11 points for them. Being a middle team, of course, they need more than that if they want to get onto page 1. Speaking about page 1, this is it. West Point Mamba, not too shabby. It's okay. Plus, they did have a significant gap, so they are still on top, of course. Looking at the point gap between West Point Mamba and GE, this is at least worth 2 rounds with the new point system.
Oh man, this is looking so good, but look how far ahead WPM are already. GE really tried their best, just so unlucky because their positioning was just in a situation where they weren't able to move because there's just so many people in the area. They were playing in a very open terrain as well. Like it or not, they were being shot at from 3 different angles. They weren't able to come out on top, but still, this sort of, like I would say this sort of lead allows them that situation where the circle doesn't favor you, you are allowed to make mistakes. For now, H2O will be dropping down. They were the first team rather, to be eliminated. Vipers as well as TX hopping up here, and it puts them way ahead of these two teams for 45 points alongside one chicken dinner.
Yeah, H2O a little bit in luck as well because Axis didn't play the Sandhawk map, so there wasn't any opportunity for Axis to overtake H2O. If not, their number 9 team spot will be in jeopardy as well, and nobody wants to be at number 20 at the end of the day. Irregardless, after this, Axis will be playing, and that could happen. I mean, it's a possibility, right? We are looking at an 11-point gap. If Axis is able to do well, maybe a chicken dinner, maybe a second place with a couple of elimination points, H2O could be rock bottom.
And I think what's really interesting is the fact if you look at rank points, Axis only has 6, and they are one of those teams that get knocked out pretty early. But their eliminations are actually pretty commendable when you think about it. With only 6 rank points and 20 elims, show that they do have that firepower. We talked about potential. It seems like for team fights they can work out. Amir, Baby, and Nasty has been really good here. Especially for them, I think they've been really stepping up. Amir with the multi-frags, Nasty has been really good support, and for Baby, she's good at those opening picks. I'm really hoping to see more in terms of rotation. It feels like CC a little bit, I would say, disconnected from the team, but she has done some massive work as well for the team whenever she has really good timing when it comes to the rotations. Regardless, as we go into our first Erangel map of the day, Sir Cloud, what are you expecting to see?
Ooh, this one is very, very interesting, right? Because we can see the pattern of the teams. They're starting to change a little bit here and there by playing a lot more aggressive, and they're starting to have that nothing to lose mindset, especially for some of the teams on page number 2. So that would also affect teams that are on top as well, so they need to up their game. Maybe that's why we see teams like PBE, West Point Mamba, GE, they're still keeping up their momentum. But speaking about keeping up, you guys at home should keep up to the latest news of PUBG Mobile by following our fan pages on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter, multiple languages. Do it right now, and don't forget to follow us as well.
Yeah, this is where you can watch our latest live feeds as well as the latest videos as well. We do have interview videos with your favorite players, so do check it out. Now, let's talk a little bit about what else we can expect here for today. We saw a different sort of, I wouldn't say it's a different pacing, honestly, for the day, especially for Sanhok. But if you look at Erangel's GE, FOD, YG, and WPM. Now, yesterday, we didn't really see the rise of YG until a little bit later. And we felt like for this week in particular, it's been their struggle week. I'm wondering if today they figured out what exactly that needed to be fixed, or will we be seeing an aggressive sort of rampage come through from WPM? Because yesterday, with that 21 eliminations in the bag, it was almost like, what, 1/3 of the lobby, I believe? And that's actually really scary.
Yeah, and if you kind of think about it, right, so GE appears in all the map top performers except for Miramar, so Miramar might not be their favorite map. But this time, Erangel is their favorite map. Just look at the elimination gap here. 82. Who's the closest? 66. It's almost a 20 elimination point gap. And who cares about rank points for them? They can be one of the lower rank points as compared to all these teams. But it doesn't matter. They covered it back with elimination points.
It's a really interesting situation when you look at that, because some people, they play for that placement points, and it felt like for week number 1, FOD has been that type of team. They're a little bit more quiet and not as aggressive. And the thing is, on week number 1, I was pointing out that how a lot of teams are not really in line with the new meta or point system quite yet. But as we move into week number 2, we start to see FOD, FVE really start to pop off, PBE as well. And understanding that, yes, it's really important to go for that placement points, but staying quiet will not kind of catapult you far as well, because in the end of the day, it's a battle royale. You want to, I would say, stack up as much points as possible, because it's hard to really predict what you can expect in every single map, because win conditions can only bring you so far when there are elements of RNG you have to take into account at the same time. Because like right now, just now, like when you talk about hard shifts or when you talk about water circles, it's really tough to actually navigate through those situations. So when you kind of build this really big lead ahead, you can be like, okay, that's fine. We are still like 20 points ahead of everyone. We can make up the lost points in the next map. Speaking of lost points, I feel like WPM has been doing that very, very well.
Yeah, but they will not be playing in the next round. Group C, WPM, Sin, G-Lab, as well as Burmese Goals will be taking a break next. So we'll be putting focus onto the other teams instead. Of course, we'll be seeing the debut of Group B. That's going to be SKR, YG, Vipers Clan, as well as Axis Fighter. So here are our predictions. So Tash, talk us through.
All right, GE. I think GE is really hungry for that first place spot. Wants to catch up with WPM. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be seeing a change in pace or gameplay, especially after that first map where they didn't really shine too brightly. SKR speaks for itself. They were at the bottom of the ladder last week, not the full bottom, but the second last, I believe. And I think that for them, making up for week 1 with what they weren't able to achieve in terms of points is going to be very massive for them this week as we go into week number 2. And of course, they also want to be able to get first place if possible so that they're able to catapult themselves with those bonus points. APG speaks of herself. I think APG is just a very experienced team, and I do have a lot of expectations for them.
Yeah, to me personally, it's all about rooting for page 2 teams. So I got SKR, they were on the page 2, and then we have Vipers as well, and we have Axis. So these teams, they need to work it out, especially for Axis though. They do have potential. I mean, they did qualify here through playing the Singapore PMNC. So there was a qualifier before this. It's not like, okay, you jump straight in and this is the league for you guys to play. Meaning that they are one of the best teams inside of Singapore. But at this point of time, it doesn't seem to be working out for them. Maybe it's just the new point system. Maybe it's just the new circle system inside of Sandhawk. Or maybe it's just they're not comfortable or they're not prepared to face against teams from different regions, because teams from different countries, like in the wildcard, they all have their respective play styles, and sometimes it can be hard to read.
And honestly, I don't know why, but I have a feeling about Team Axis today, because I was just talking about rank points and eliminations. It feels like they do have the capability of going through an aggressive sort of play, the firepower as well. So I wouldn't be surprised, because we have some teams that have this nothing to lose mindset as we go toward the end of the week, when they know that they cannot keep up, they know that they can't kind of like make it already. So they're like, okay, since we can't really do anything anymore, let's be the most disruptive team. Let's just have fun and just go with it. And sometimes it ends up with a chicken dinner. Sometimes it ends up with the most eliminations. Sometimes it can be the team that will kind of block these teams from catapulting forward by breaking them in terms of resources, in terms of numbers of players. And I wouldn't be surprised if teams like Axis Esports might have a different idea or a different approach to this, because sometimes you just kind of say like, oh, we already lost, let's just go through with it and just go crazy. And yeah, it's always very fun to see those kind of teams.
Yeah, I think, yeah, if Axis were to step up, this is definitely the best time, because you gotta think about it. Last week they were number 19, and this week so far they are number 20. And if you total up the points, of course, it's not going to be enough for them to get into the grand finals. And with 8 more games to go for them, they are in a position that they have nothing to lose, so they might as well just go all out and play like how we saw West Point Mamba play yesterday. You see a compound, you know there's someone there, you don't hesitate to go all out, guns blazing. All 4 of their players just rush in and take everyone out, and those teams were caught with their pants down.
I think like one big problem Axis has is that consistency. And sometimes I was just questioning, why is their rotation timing a little bit problematic? Why is there no push after they get a knock? And I think it's all about confidence issue at the same time. They are a very, very new team. I mean, I know that they've played before together, but it's also 2 new pickups in terms of their chemistry. And it's also the first big stage league, I believe, that they played in. So they're still trying to understand that competitive mindset or competitive play and how it works. But at the same time, making a statement play can be huge for them, especially if they are a very diverse team, a team that comes with guys and girls. And I think that you see that kind of come out, right? Those good plays, good rotations, the timing as well. And it really makes me think like, okay, the timing was there. They have the knowledge here, but perhaps because of the confidence issue, or rather perhaps the idea or pressure that they are not in a good spot, might be affecting this confidence that they have. So when they change this mindset, can we see that, I would say, the great timing team that we saw previously, at least from yesterday, because they were pretty good. They still went down at a decent placement point with decent amount of eliminations.
Yeah, so it's all about just like taking a little bit of risk, right? Like if you play overly passive, then your possibility of getting that elimination points are lower as compared to like, okay, let's just go all out, let's not hesitate and try to make it happen. And you might go out a little bit earlier than other teams, but you might also secure a couple of elimination points before you go out. So you will not be at the bottom with 0 points. How many teams so far that we have seen going out without any points at all with the new point system attached? Tons of it. But we also see teams actually getting like at least a few points. It's better than nothing if they try.
Personally, I was quite surprised. I mean, if you look at Enigma, PBE, as well as GE are some of the teams that I would say, even if they go out early, they will have at least 2 to 3 points in their pocket. I've seen situations where teams go out first and they already have 4 in the bag by going in for the picks, and we have started to see those picks happen. I mean, especially in the beginning part of Sanok just now, from KE, we saw the top get picked off and then suddenly a reposition by the team, and then after that we saw maybe FOD playing from long range and coming in forward as well, picking one next in return. And we're starting to see a no overheat kind of situation happening. How much further can we push this aggression before we have to tactically retreat? How much aggressive can we go before we get caught with our hands in the cookie jar if we were to encroach this building? Because some of these teams, they don't have the information when it comes to coming into the compound, playing to the area, especially when it's those areas where you don't really check first. So what they do is they maybe would throw in a nade to kind of like zone them out. You see the use of mollies. But I feel like a lot of teams still haven't been proactively using this, even without players in an area. If you were to look at the pro league from the Philippines or Singapore, Malaysia, they're a little bit more proactive in using those utils, even when knowing or not having an idea when a player is inside the place. Because if you remember, there are a lot of times in this particular tournament, this wildcard, that they don't check corners, they don't check compounds, and they end up getting DBS in the face.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, especially inside of Sandhall. That's why when I speak to some of the players, if say some teams they have substitutes, and for a lot of the conversations that I hear from pro teams is that they always want to let the substitute to play the Sandhawk round because getting jump scares inside Sandhawk is not fun, especially if you waited in the lobby longer than your actual playtime. So they always try to let that go, but it is what it is, right? And that makes the game exciting because you have different kinds of map, different kinds of play style. Now that we're at the second last day of the week and we'll be going to the grand finals next week, so I'd like to hear from you, Tash. All right, which team do you think would be your surprise champion in the grand finals? Like, surprise.
Personally, I wouldn't be surprised if you say surprised, but I wouldn't be surprised if SKR did come up on top.
Ooh.
They do have the capability. They're not the most, I would say, hyped up team on the top 3. But I have to say, like, the amount of improvement I've seen from them every single day they're playing has been quite phenomenal. It's not like one day they're at the top, one day at the bottom. It's a nice little consistency they have. You don't necessarily have to get every round with a chicken dinner. You don't necessarily have to have every round with a serious amount of kills, but rather understanding that we can survive for X amount of time with this amount of kills makes us already achieve what our minimum I would say KPI of what we expect in every single map that we take. And I think SKR has been really good at that. I did see some spark in Vipers, but I don't think it's enough to really push them forward. Obviously, we have a lot of expectations for teams like WPM, APG, GE, which have performed consistently. But to remember, for teams like WPM, there are some rounds where they just get knocked out super early. They don't get any points. And it's happened way more than one time. The only, I would say, saving grace for them is that they're able to really kick up the aggression, go aggressive, get those kills, and make up for lost time. But sometimes in a battle royale, you are not able to recreate that situation in your favor. In my opinion, for yesterday's map for, I would say, Myanmar, is because that it was a circle. Even though it was a tough circle, it was still a circle that I would say they have probably practiced. They have probably done drills for many, many times, and it's something that they're able to do. But what if suddenly one day we have that unusual circle all the way outside of Puerto Parais, or maybe we have a circle over the southern part of SMB. That's a lot harder to deal with. And in those situations, start seeing teams that usually we would expect no expectations or no experience to really come up on top. Why? Because suddenly the teams that are used to those usual drills are just as lost as them.
I do agree. Sometimes, so speaking for experience, right? So, and also having this conversation with some of the pro players. One of them gave me a very interesting view, is that he says that the more that you play, yes, you're experienced. Let's say you've played a couple of years now in the pro scene, but the more that you play, you tend to have more hesitation as time goes by, because you kind of remember like, oh, back then when I did that, it was a mistake, and now that situation is happening again, and if you're supposed to do whatever that you're supposed to do, but because of that flashback of like, oh, that happened before and it didn't work out, then you will start to hesitate yourself. So this the kind of like the cons thing of being over experienced, I'd say.
And I think that is why also having new blood in the team is good, because it does provide a different sort of idea and a fresh pair of eyes at the same time. Because at one point there are a lot of changes that happen to the team, new metas, new point system, and it's really hard to really adapt. And when you have a shuffle in the team, it gives you a different idea of how really to approach every single map. Because sometimes you are at the position where you think about 100 different outcomes, but the thing is you want to hit a certain outcome. It's kind of like a Doctor Strange moment, right? All these different universes and all these different ideas and outcomes, but you have no clue which one is the right idea. And I think the idea of approaching every single play with confidence that you're gonna come up on top is honestly the only thing you can do.
Yep, but what is the only thing that we can do as viewers is to cheer on for our favorite team. Give them your energy, because this is the second last day of the week before the grand finals. Let's head on to the first air wrangle for today. And here it is, Irregular, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to go back to our roots, the beginning of PUBG Mobile, the first map we'll ever play, and we should be familiar with it. I mean, if we are, even so the players, of course. The flight path is going to be pretty nice for everyone. Going to cut through hospital all the way to Milta Power, so it's going to be a pretty balanced flight path. But of course the big question is that what sort of circle would it be? And if you have a wish list, Tash, what kind of circle would you like to see?
Georgia Ball.
Oh, you like the the compound one?
Not because of compound, but mostly because you can never really tell if the circle is going up toward the northern side or the southern side of Georgia Paul. So because of the body of water in between as well, makes it so complicated alongside the compound. It's a very, very hard map to navigate, honestly. And I mean, we always talk about like SMB circles. It's been happening a lot more. It felt as though like they've changed the percentage of circles coming down toward the bottom side of the map. And I've started to see a lot more Quarry, Fairy Pier, Primoz circles as well. We haven't really seen a lot of Prison, Lipovka. Wow.
Oh.
I'm cursed.
Well, you just had to say it, right? There is now a possibility of Jogopol. I mean, it's a slight possibility, but, well, you never know.
Unless it's a hard shift circle, I think so. But I personally think it's going to be a little bit more towards the southern side. I'm hoping it will be more skewed toward the western side. I want to see I would say a water circle if possible toward this side, because if you think about it, that terrain is very hard to navigate. It will really, really put, I think, pressure to teams who are not very familiar in playing that little terrain. Anyways, I was talking to some of the pro players before, and they said like, other than scrims, some of the teams actually have drills where they have a sort of like, what if this circle happens? What would this happen? What if this fight were to happen in this area? What would happen? And they sort of drill it into themselves over and over again. I think that this is a very, very interesting way of approaching training, because it's a very micro play situation instead of those usual macro plays that you expect from what you learn in scrims.
Yeah, I totally agree. I know that that's one of the training methods of pro teams. It's like they have that whole big map, and then they would draw like grid lines over it, and then they'll be like, okay, today we're going to just play around this area, so whatever the grid line is like, and then they will be like, okay, let's drop in here, let's look at what the angles that we can take, are they good compounds, and if we do take the compound, like which direction should we look out to? So like what you say, right, all the micro plays are being discovered by pro teams by doing like that. So for you guys out there who are aspiring pro players, if you want to be like your heroes that you see the wildcard today, start training like that. Trust me, map knowledge is going to bring you a long way.
Yeah, and I think like working with your friends as well gives you a whole different idea on how you want to approach it. Because when you see how teams play with crossfires now, it's a lot more, I would say, stronger than what I expected to see from the previous leagues. It's as though how they move is moving together. I was talking to some pro players before in Malaysia, and they said that when we are used to playing with each other, when one player moves, the other player will automatically move with their teammate. And I wonder how many times they worked with that. I would say that on that chemistry, on that movement, or that understanding just by body. I would say body language. Because at the same time, you have so many other things to think about when it comes to callouts. Or your RGL is too busy looking out toward showing off that there's one team here, clear this corner, this area has this gun, there's a drop, there's an airdrop over there, should we go and get it or not? So when it comes to players, it's up to them or their own responsibility to figure out how exactly they can work with their movements with their other teammates. And this is why it's really important to have that muscle memory pretty much ingrained in your, I would say, in your gameplay, game style or gameplay. And it also comes down to why certain teams takes a few, I would say 2 to 3 weeks, 2 to 3 months, or even a few tournaments to really start seeing how much better they are with each other. Because trying to understand a different style and gameplay might take a while.
Yes. But then again, time is not on any of these teams' side, right? The moment the league starts, they just go day after day after day, game after game after game. But now we're gonna see some early action. Not too big of an action now that we are being shown. Just some warning shots towards YG. So the moment the shots come out, YG just went the other way. So it's just indirectly telling them that, hey, it's just letting you know that we are going this direction. If you really want to take that fight, you come here. If not, just move the other side. And we can see that YG, their objective is just to collect vehicles. They don't intend to take fights just yet. So they are still at the looting phase.
For YG, I think that for them, they are in a situation where they're not the worst in terms of points. But for YG, as a team as big as them, with their fan base, with the expectations, I think they want to come out on top and take as many points as they can. Look at how Enigma approaches this compound. Very aggressive, very fast, checks everything first, and then immediately loots. And I think there are some teams that are aware on how exactly to check when each area has been looted. So it's a fast hit. They check if everything's still intact, and they're like, okay, clear, go inside.
Yep, looking good. Going from area to area. Looks like still a lot of space for them to play with. I think it's also because like the circle covers a lot of ground that teams can still navigate around. That's why we still do not see like early fights. It's not like the circle is like tucked into one corner or in the midway circle. So that's why it kind of affected the way that they play. And if we do see like movements, they're still roaming freely. And I think that's also because of that.
2 teams in the blue zone. Honestly, I'm wondering for FOD and PBE whether it's because their usual spots were not there, so circle is pulling to the other area, or they're trying to play a little bit safe early by playing outside. Let's hold that thought, because GE getting hit by KE right now. Actually, GE is hitting KE. The other 2 just coming in cavalry. We already see a pick off by Boy Sean onto a member of GE. GE now in trouble. Zai playing in a little corner. Are you going to check it is the question. But the top understanding there's another member of GE on the outside. GE looks like they're falling apart. 2 already down. 992 down. Smile down. And with only 1 left, Master Chi is going to skedaddle out of here. The final member left alive. Technically, when you think about it, GE had 1 player outside going in for the scout. And with KE playing a 2-2 situation, they got the picks really fast, hitting the compound, got 2, and allowed the other 2 members of KE to immediately take the compound on the other side, not allowing them a reposition or even a reset, which is honestly very nasty. But this speed is to be expected today, as we had predicted in the beginning of the day.
Yeah, too bad for GE though. I mean, they are a team that we know that they have a lot of firepower. It shows up on the stats, right? But it's now that they're put in this situation where they only have 1 player left, there's nothing much that he can do. The best that he can do is just hold on for positioning points. Maybe at most is just to steal away elimination points from afar. Try to steal eliminations, yeah. But it's just sad to see like GE's being put in this situation. But that also means that West Point Mamba will be looking at this game. They're taking a break right now, and they'll be smiling at their one of their closest competition, and they can hold on to the top spot by the end of the week.
We've seen hero plays and moments from a 1v3, from Amir. We've seen a team get decimated in a 1v2. So I wouldn't kind of count GE to be out just yet. Survivability is key here. So long as he doesn't get spotted, it's not going to be an issue here. But the circle will be toward the southern part of Georgia Paul. It's not going to be a water circle, thankfully for the teams. But it's still a very small area. Everyone's just rotating in from the east side. And Axis, I'm not too sure what happened there. One already knocked down and one out of the game. But for SP, in this rotation, they'll be crossing paths with other members of Axis, with YG. So far, no shots quite yet. And I think for a lot of teams, they're not going to go for this super aggressive play a little bit too early. But for Vipers, running into the path of Axis is going to force into that fight. Axis now in trouble. Nasty is still very much alive here. But for Vipers, there is another third party just waiting. In the corner is going to be Andrew. Spoogle inside of the building all alone. Chan Lone on the backside. Going to be allowed that reposition. Andrew just playing inside the corner. Does hear footsteps on the outside. Andrew not in a situation where his team is going to allow him to do a lot here. Gets one pickoff, passes by the other, goes down eventually. That prone from speed, not going to do him any favors. Konzi, huge praise, pulling down on that crosshair. And Deja from the other side. This is a beautiful little crossfire coming through. It's a lurk on lurk, catching all the members of Vipers off guard. As the other members of Axis will be breathing a sigh of relief as the Vipers did try to attack them in the beginning.
I can understand why the Falcon really wanted a compound, because it's somewhat in the middle of the circle and it's kind of prime as well, because from this compound you can see on the outside there's a lot of open space, so you can look at teams doing those rotations. That's number one. Number two, in case they have the circle and the circle is not on the Gatkar mountain, then teams might come through them, and that's where they can take advantage of securing more elimination points. But it's nice to see that Falcon having that level of confidence to just crash in, and they started off with only one player moving in at first, so I was kind of worried there for a second. But the moment I see like other teammates coming in to give backup, then it's a-okay. Plus they have DBS.
I can't believe DBS is the recurring theme of the day. It's not necessarily a bad thing, it's mostly just like, dang, that is very, very strong. Might see a shift of meta soon, perhaps. I do love it when, you know, PUBG Mobile kind of switches up which weapon is the strongest this season, which weapon is next season, which team will do the best, which team adjusts the fastest. But for Enigma, 2 compounds and a very large area, liking the fact that they have a nice cross, a big cross at the same time, and also that cover on the other side allows for the refrag. As there be 1 sec dancing for his life. Dancing, dancing, dancing in the moonlight. I'm not done with karaoke day, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I totally understand. I know. Maybe we should after this, you know, we should bring out our...
We should bring Edward,
well.
you know? Yeah. He hates karaoke, but you know what? That's the best part. When you bring someone that hates karaoke to karaoke, always makes them for the best and fun karaoke, because you're gonna dance in front of them, you're gonna sing in front of them, and eventually he will be peer pressured into karaoke.
Ouch.
Whoa, Caps, did you just jump out and take that damage?
Bruh, I'm not sure if that was necessary, but now he has to buy time. Oh wait,
three-way!
Who sent out the RSVP? They all accepted.
Oh man, you asked for 2 people, cup party 3, catch up here. Enigma now in trouble, the crossfire from 2 teams. Asha come in 1 by 1, and Enigma just completely decimated in between H2O as well as Asha. Asha, excuse me, that's rude. You don't gate crash, bro.
Oh man, but Ostia is being rude now. Ranza, the only man here, but backup has arrived. DZ is going to come in from the other side. DZ went in his hand, being prepped up, but DZ managed to evade the nade for his opponent. He's going to prioritize picking up Astro X. And now Ranza needs to buy time. Wait, Chico, no, Chico! That was a mistake! No!
Oh man, not the best outcome. And we're starting to see these 3-way, 4-way fights, because every time you hear the gunfire, you see someone else just running in there. The resets not about to come through as DZ cooks up another nade at the same time. H2O managed to get the pick up here. The spray's a little bit too much. It's going to be FVE as well, trying to join into the gate crash. Astro looking for the nade as well. think all eyes are on them. It's a Gatka area. Everyone wants this compound. Everyone needs to pass by it because eventually the circle might move toward the other side. But these smokes are not giving Austria the ability to push through. If they were to push through, they might just get speared out. We hear the footsteps. It's blue spot out one. Beautiful shots there by Ranzer. Very aggressive pushes. Allow them all the information to play together. H2O gets eliminated. 3 eliminations in the pocket. But at what cost?
Someone gotta remind these teams that this is not the only compound to checkpoint in this map.
Wow, they want to fight. They want points, bro.
Yeah, I think like what we said, right? Like time and time again, like this is like the second last day. So if you kind of look at it, right, Enigma, Vipers, H2O, they're like the bottom team. So they seem to be having that mindset of they have nothing to lose, and that's why this happened.
Nothing to lose attitude. I love it. But we're not seeing that nothing to lose attitude from Axis just yet. They did get 2 just now, but they were ultimately saved by third party. And I'm really liking these very aggressive fights from 2 different areas. One hit from one side into Enigma and the other comes through. And they're like, oh, okay, we have this compound and, you know, you can take 2 players from Enigma and I'll take 2. Okay, we're done fighting. Okay, now let's fight each other. You're going down, H2O. You should write fan fiction about that.
Yeah, but
Forbidden love story.
that sounds familiar. Gotta reflect on my life. but look at this, Tash. Look at this. FOD is sharing the same hill with someone else. I'm not too sure which team is that, but wait, hang on a second. We're not done yet, Tash.
Yeah, Master Ichi was on the outside there. Master Ichi still playing this game, trying to go for a 1v1. Despite the 3 people on the outside. Don't know if SP really wants to take this fight one by one. Master Ichi does have a very aggressive gun. The double swing together is not doing him any favors. He goes down. He still gets a knock regardless. And you have to really applaud him for that valiant effort because he was trying to get at least another point before he went down. And I think in his situation there, he wanted to get a pick off before he went down. But we also start to see a lot of players not allowing this isolation fights, these 1v1s, because you want to try and use the other player, not the other player, but rather to disallow the other player to get points as they go forward. And because it's GE as well, it's really important to remember that they're in second place, and with them getting even 1 point ahead is dangerous for the other teams at the bottom side.
We're not done yet, Tash. Look what's happening here. We have KE onto FVE. Now the shots coming in from the other side. Kaya will be got down by Ranger. Ranger is moving in, but Ranger will be got down by the DBS. DBS gameplay here, back to back. Moxie has a DBS of his own. KE has 5 elimination points. They're not done yet in this compound. Moxie needs to come in. Oh my goodness. Boy, Sean is in trouble. Davan needs to do it. He needs to clutch it for KE.
Man. It's just honestly fights on fights on fights. KE looked like they were in trouble in the beginning. But that, I would say that reposition or adaptability is working so well in their favor. As Moxie, last member left alive, still wants to make something happen. Ooh, that nade beautifully avoided by Davan. Wants to get the pickup onto Boyshawn. I think for Moxie, he is aware, or at least has some sort of idea where Davan might be. Okay, as the other 2 are going for those resets, we're gonna have to see into another fight. His Demigod goes down here, the sprays come out. PBE, cool. As a cucumber pushing up forward. Monboy as well. They are not afraid of these smokes and they're gonna be pushing through. And surprisingly, APG is not punishing the party. Here comes Shroud with the aggression, sprays out, does not get anyone. TF goes down at the same time. PBE with the man advantage. DBS plays coming through here. We hear the aggressive shots as well from APG. Shroud's on the outside. They don't realize the kid is there as well. As Monboy just crawling for his life. Gonna go down. No worries, can get the pick off. It's gonna be a 2v2 here in this compound between KE and FVE. Moxie gonna try go for the reset. Raul now in trouble. What a shot! What a lead! Are you kidding me? Beautifully done!
Oh my goodness, that's a Kobe 3-pointer there. I'll make that a 2-pointer. But looks like FVE, they managed to secure that compound still. Although 2 casualties, but hey, you still survive. And they got a couple of eliminations in the process.
Side, not going to be too much of an issue. It is still a hard shift regardless, which means that everyone will be having to hard shift to the bottom side. APG from the southern side, they do have the high ground as well, which is understandable. I understand why they decided to go that way, but Austria straight up in the middle. And I am concerned How confident are they at taking up the area? Because that is a very open field.
Yeah,
oh no, they have a compound. No wonder.
But this open field is being shot at by a TX from afar. SKR is at it, and Aaron's moving in. Okay, aggressive time. Let's go, TX.
Here comes the sprays. SKR now in trouble as TX rushing forward. Definitely still having that confidence from the last round. Regardless, Aaron goes down here. Zen does get a trade. And Aaron with the nades. Aaron is such a hero play today. Look at how many picks he has already. Zen finds exit. Sonic eats up a lot of damage as SKR still managed to come up on top. But here comes Rio as well. Beautiful spray out. Gets one more. Still have to worry on the other side. Green eliminator will be Aaron. I'm not surprised at this point, but gotta go down as Sonic on the other side.
Wait.
At the other side, and YG
Loki
struggling. Beautifully done. FOD. What is happening? Because it's not 4-on-4 anymore.
Loki can do it. One more.
Teams.
Loki.
What?
He can do it. Oh, that was so close. Loki almost came out with a clutch. If only he can take down John. Just look at John's life. It's only about 10% health. Oh, that was so close for Loki. Almost clutching 3.
God, the battle of the compounds is just hot tonight. Prime real estate. As though the real estate prices went high. Because we're not seeing two teams fight for a compound. It's a 1 versus 2 versus 4. It's a one man inside of a compound hit by 2 different teams. What on earth is happening? SKR just outside that compound just now. FOD was there. TX was there. Just going ring around the rosy. It's a trade. It's just a battle of trades at this point. And who was able to be the first player to get a double trade to knock him out of the way?
Oh my. What's happening in this round, Tash? Just look at this. Just look at it now. The team's been eliminated. My goodness.
See the same momentum we saw back on day 1 again. Very sloppy, very messy, very aggressive. It's as though to say that every point counts. We might as well just play as if it's our last day. And I'm liking this confidence as well, because if you see the teams here that are still surviving, not one single team still has 4 men still alive.
Oof, my goodness. And I don't think we're done yet though. We're just waiting for the next circle to close entirely, and we'll see more fights after this. APG out in the open. They're playing within the circle now, but there's a possibility that they will not get the circle next. But looking at where Notik is at, he's on the other side of the road. And if he doesn't have the circle, he needs to get across, and there's a whole team waiting for him.
Still waiting from DZ. Has the information that he needs about APG's whereabouts. T14K playing for time. When I go in aggression here to FOD here, the DPS shots come through. T14K can't do anything at all. SKR with 7th place, 5 points. Not the worst way to go. And for FOD, this means a refuel, a resupply. Thank you very much. We are gonna have enough. And now, top 5 is FVE gonna get the reset as well. Dang, this is gonna be very, very competitive.
Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, now we'll be checking out the circle. We have a team inside of it. FVE, unfortunately, is not one of them. Very interesting to see Raul not healing up, though. Not sure. Okay, he has healed up, so that's okay. OJS is in it with a good compound in a good location. And not only that, Tash, if you kind of look at it, OJS has 2 teams on the northern side, and they're looking at them. OJS can shoot them down.
Oh man, Alsha playing inside of the area, prime location. The kit is so very low. No supplies for a reset as well. Easy. Just his easy movement for me. None of the bullets are gonna be hitting here. As Shroud gonna be resupplying his teammate, allowing a reset. Not gonna move at all. TF moving towards Shroud. No worries getting that reset. Alsha still just spraying into the smokes. But if you spray that aggressively, one problem. Not gonna be running out of bullets early is one. Number 2, showing where your positions are. Yes, you are gonna be putting in that pressure, but also putting yourself at risk as FVE rushing forward. They want the middle of the circle, finally getting inside before the blue zone pressures them on the other side. Jigsaw with the sprays, Raul with the zigzag. Fast and furious happening here. Mans is not hit at all.
Oh, FVE caught in between two teams, but at the same time we can see that Joseph for FOD being gunned down by Ranza. Ranza with the long range, he spots out John, tries to take a shot onto him, but can't. But he's not able to land those shots thanks to the vehicle in between. Random shots into the smoke, assuming that someone's there, but nope, it's a little bit of a bait. So he kind of revealed his position with those shots. APG now moving in, tossing a nade. I think they're trying to secure that knockdown to John. John is still up for grabs.
Yeah. The other members. What?
Ooh.
A shot from Shroud and the nade from Kid just to solidify their lead as APG takes control of a good half of the circle. Playing prone, not too close to each other, is honestly the name of the game here as Ozja. They have an idea where FB were. That smokes just gives them away, and the reposition just now with the vehicle. We saw just now where exactly they went as APG gonna move out of the way. They have really tanky vehicles here. It's gonna work out great in their favor. But as for Ozja as well, you remember that there is an airdrop nearby them. They can reposition to it if they want to. Regardless, each team is taking one corner of this circle. The middle part there is not going to give any value at all, and the circle is going to give its way to APG.
Here we go, here we go. Look at this. The circle only favors one team. Oh my goodness, this is going to be super exciting. But let's see, the three teams on the outside of the circle, how are they going to get in? Because they'll need to move in at about the same time. That also means that they will fight with each other. And only one team, APG, with the circle. They'll be chilling. They'll be waiting for other teams to come towards them.
Yep, and on top of that, they have all of the, I would say, the covered areas in their disposal. It's just a matter of not over-peaking that might give them that value. Regardless, circle is pushing through as we go 4 seconds, 3, 2, and 1. We might see the explosive push right about now as the circle is coming through. The circle will be eating that damage, putting it in. We saw one player so very low already, but for Asha, they're just gonna get onto their vehicles and skedaddle inside. Now, this is where things are gonna get a little bit dicey because as they rotate inside, the sprays are gonna come out here. And I think for Asha, I did mention those airdrops is working out so good for them, providing them cover and allowing them that resupply. That tier 3 supply is gonna be so good because it gives them that advantage in terms of their shields, their heals, as well as weaponry as well. So Asha knows that taking their time to rotate inside will sort of help them.
Now FVE, they are the furthest away from the circle. They are playing this very cautiously. They're trying to see where OJS is at. And now we can see that Austria Esports still has a representative on the outside of the circle. 2 of them at least inside, so they have a marker that they can use to get in. But right now, APG still holding this strong. Just look at their spread. They have a good area covered. Rao will be gunned down from afar. Left with Moxie. I don't think Moxie will have enough time to pick up his teammate.
Still waiting. You hear the shots, but not a full engagement just yet. Those shots are mostly for pressure. Moxie low, and Astro with a good shot puts him out of the way, and FVE out of the game as a beautiful spray comes through there from Shroud, putting in that damage, putting that pressure onto SP. SP is so very low. Can he get that? No, Jigsaw will be taken out by Astro. Astro is just the king of the steals right now. 2 kills in his pocket, and the damage is not even done by him.
And APG still has the circle. And they are circling around Osja Esports. They're sending one representative for an off angle. And that's going to be Artev. They know that Artev is there, but they can't connect those shots onto Artev. And that is when the kid takes advantage of it. Renzo will be gunned down. Can Osja pick him up? I don't think so. He's just too far away.
Osja taking their time. Not so much value, but Shroud's corner. That knock gives him a lot of value to reposition, but Astro punishes him for it. Gonna have T-Up on the other side to help with that crossfires, but he does go out here. Osha now down, but RPG doing so very good with that map control. Winner, chicken dinner, but Osha so very close.
So very close indeed. Almost came up with a clutch, but APG, ladies and gentlemen, with that chicken dinner. Wow, and on top of that as well, you predicted APG.
Yeah, my pick finally came up online, and I was sort of understanding their momentum here. I talked about a team that is not as proactive. Just understanding that they don't have to force anything to happen. That's exactly what they've been doing. If you see how they've been positioning themselves, it's always toward the bottom side of the map. They are playing aggressive, but it's from long ranges. They don't go and just sort of forward. And it's working out so good. But Shroud, honestly, he did say to me before that he wanted to be the Shroud of his country, and here he is right now with 4 eliminations in his pocket with a whopping 687 damage. He has done so much for his team. If you remember, he has been out there putting in the damage and the pressure with his shots, and every time he sprays, he still gets a pick and then repositions again. I'm really liking that proactiveness when it comes to these fights.
Oh yes, I am really liking how APG took that final fight. It's like when they know that they're in control, they're confident enough to open up. They went in for the off angle, going for the flank, and that is how they just eat up Austria Esports from the sides. Austria Esports, they almost put off a miraculous clutch, but because of APG shooting from 2 different angles, it's almost impossible for you to just flick from that range.
Yeah, and we talked about control at the same time. We talked about chemistry, and that's exactly what I was talking about, those drills. Now, oh, that was...
Yeah, that was that. Yeah.
Okay, so coming back into this, it's a very... we already predicted it was going to be a very, very weird situation today. As the momentum goes up, it's going to be a very aggressive or fight-heavy map. But I wasn't expecting a 2 to 3 different type of fight, because we start to see fights happening from one team, and immediately as that fight explodes, another team comes in on the other side, catching both teams off guard, especially for Enigma. And I felt like they were really one of the teams that really took the brunt of the change in pace here, because not only were they hit from a team on the outside, and all their attention was toward FVE, FCON as well pushed inside at the same time. And I was just like, okay, what on earth is happening here? Why this sudden spark of aggression? And it's because when you are the third party that's going aggressive and 2 teams are in the middle of the battle, it really catches them off guard. Not only are they very low, and if you're quick enough, you can catch them in mid sprays at the same time. You're not allowing them for that reposition. Regardless, with 20 points right now, APG making a statement now, 10 eliminations and 10 ranked points, and kind of like tying themselves in the same place with Austria in terms of eliminations. But Austria, unfortunately, taking second place there. It could have been anyone's match.
Yeah, and speaking about aggression, Tash, we did saw the stats do favor towards GE in this kind of map, but then again, GE did not get any point at all, so that is a surprise round for GE. But now looking at the overall charts, not only PBE, but Austria Esports joins them at the top of the charts with no chicken, no problem.
Yeah, APG goes up to 5th place, and it's really interesting. I was talking to Chuchu as well, how APG was sort of sliding all the way to the second page, and then hovering at the bottom side of the first page, and now all the way just kind of whooshing up forward to 5th place. And this is a very interesting situation because it's going to be BG and Sin going down. But for BG and Sin, the consistency is still very much there. We saw them very aggressive. They were still getting those kill points, or sorry, the elimination points, and it's working so good in their favor. Now, for the second page here is the most interesting because there's no shifts here just yet, because you're starting to see that I would say that score disparity between the first and second page. And I think if anything, the second page needs to be worried right now, because it's sort of, the first page are sort of already in a situation where they're like, okay, I think it's almost solidified for us. If we keep playing the same momentum, it'll work out. But for the second page here, you want to solidify your lead, or rather your placements into the top 16. You have to be careful. Regardless, we're done with 2 maps. What happens now, Sir Cloud?
Yeah, so we'll be jumping into a break shortly after this. It's of course going to be a short break, ladies and gentlemen, so use that moment to grab a drink, grab some food, go to the bathroom, and make sure you're back, because yeah, our games are hard and fast. We want to get on to the next game. I'm as excited as you guys as well. I know Tash is as well, because today so far the 2 games that we have seen, super aggressive, and we thought that it might be only sign out, but no, there's more than that. And break it is, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be seeing you after this.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the PMPL SEA Wildcard Spring. I'm Tashman alongside Sir Cloud. We're your casters for today. And today we are seeing the biggest shifts in playstyle and gameplay that we have seen in this tournament so far.
Oh yeah, it is the final 2 days, so we kind of predicted yesterday when we casted as well. We're thinking like, okay, the last 2 days, teams are just gonna go all out. They're not gonna think too much because they have nothing to lose for some of the teams. So that's where we see all out aggressiveness for these teams. So and of course that's a good thing for us as casters, as viewers. We get a lot of action as we head on to the games.
Really liking this new game plan a lot of teams have, and it's actually really interesting as well how every single team seems to have the same idea to approach today. But you know what else is an idea approaching today? The Neon Assassin's Power series available right now. So these are really cool futuristic skins, very cyberpunkish, and I think if you and your squad want to style on people, this is the bundle to buy.
Yeah, 4 different skins for you to choose. Well, why choose when you can get them all? So go ahead, get into the game and get them all. No doubt, don't think.
Yeah, speaking of not thinking, the Silver Guru said if you are an avid collector of the ultimate sets, this is one for the collection. And these are one of the nicer, I believe, the nicest in my opinion, in terms of the beading, in terms of the details, as well as the lore behind the skin. It's a really cool way for you to level up and really show off your skills in the game.
Yep, and also we have the new Royal Pass that's currently available. Just check out the preview of the skins. We have the weapons, we have the buggy, we have the suits, we have the parachute, we even have the chopper as well. So
why does it say surprise on the buggy?
Oh, why?
I'm asking you, why does it say surprise?
Oh, surprise. Well, I guess it's a little bit rarer to get. So, yeah. So, surprise.
I hope I get that. I hope I get that. But you know what else I know that I can get right now is the PUBG Mobile / Bruce Lee skin line. And I think that this is a really nice skin line to really pay homage to one of the greatest legends of all time. And I hope that one day that's going to be an Elvis skin too. Imagine as you kill people, you start singing.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I can imagine you singing while you kill people.
Nah, it's Elvis's voice, obviously. But also, we also have our limited favorites on sale right now. It's a Terrafang, the KAR 98K. And I think this is a really cool skin. It's like magma. You feel fire, you play like fire. Don't forget to follow us as well on the PUBG Mobile YouTube page and TikTok pages at the same time. We have a lot of content for you guys as well as the live streams. And I'm really liking the fact that you have live streams on TikTok now that I can just lay in bed and not have to open YouTube. The best.
Yeah, we're on multiple platforms, so pick a choice. Some people like to watch on Facebook, some people on YouTube, some people on TikTok, so it's available everywhere. But the only map that's available to be played in the PMPI is gonna be here, so you gotta stick around and watch. So we're gonna watch match number 3. Group A is going to be taking a backseat after this. So FOD, Flash Vision Esports, APG, and Phantom PBE, yeah, they're taking a break after this. So basically the top teams from the previous rounds are the top teams. Now they just when they had that momentum, just that they had the confidence, they have to be like, okay, we gotta chill now. We have to chill.
Technically, I think it's not a bad thing. It's allowing them to prepare for the Myanmar map after. And they have 2 maps to worry about. So if I were them, I would just kind of like maybe skip out on the VOD review for, I would say, for this map in particular for a little while and worry about Myanmar. How exactly do you want to approach into this map in particular, regardless, as we go into the final air angle for the night. Also, my final air angle, as this is my final day on the desk. You're going to be seeing, no, you're not sad. You're going to be casting with your best friend tomorrow.
You're all my best friends. What are you talking about?
What? We'll talk about that off cast, but let's talk a little bit about predictions today. Now, I changed up a little bit of mine today. It's going to be BG Austria and PBE. Now, PBE has always been a no chicken, no problem. But do you really want to end the week with no chicken, though? Is the question.
Well, I guess if you're number 1 without a chicken, you wouldn't mind. But if you're not number 1...
That would be really cool, though.
That will be setting a benchmark. And I think teams will be on the lookout for PBE if they're able to pull that off.
Really, it'd be really cool just to really understand the mechanics on how exactly they're managing to pull that off. But let's talk a little bit about yours. Why GLab?
Well, I would say GLab. It's because they are one of the teams that they are kind of quiet right now, and so far what we've seen, like today, we've seen teams that people don't really expect. Like APG, for example, they are popping up today. Teams on page 2, whereas teams on page 1, or I would say like the really top, right? They've been a little bit slower. Maybe it's again because like, oh, they have a little bit more to lose than teams on page 2. So that's why getting predictions from teams on page 2, I think today is the right day to do it.
Yeah, I was hoping, I kind of expected to see more of a shift in terms of points on page 2 and not page 1. But I guess it's more competitive trying to get the top 3 if you think about it. That bonus that you get as you snowball into the finals is something that everyone is looking out for. But ladies and gentlemen, what else you have to be looking out for is this map. Erangel, the final one for the day. Let us know in the comments which team do you think will come up on top.
Which team will come on top indeed? This is the last Erangel for today. And here we go. This OG map. We had a circle that was on the left side earlier on with a fairly nice fight platform. Hospital to Milta Power, but this time flight path is going to be on the opposite side. We're going to start off from Novo Repnoye up to Severny. Hopefully we get a totally different circle at the same time.
I've seen Severny circles before, and I think it was during the Team Secret chicken dinner at that time, because they were always dropping down at Severny and shooting range anyway. So I'm really hoping to see that again. It was one of the most fun maps to see. But it wasn't really fun for Team Secret though, because they were already there. It wasn't really seeing the rotations, but see how the other teams were moving up to the northern side can be very fun. Stalber circles can be really cool as well, especially as it is a terrain and everyone will be fighting for the top side of Stalber. Maybe even a Kameshki circle, who knows?
Yeah, Kameshki circle is interesting as well. We don't get that much. A Zaki circle somehow never exists for some reason.
Right?
Yeah, but if I were to be like again, my favorite circle is always like the military-based circle. It's really interesting to see. Yeah, SMB.
It feels more common now though for SMB. I don't know why, but it's as though the devs have already increased. Wow, you're cursed. It's as though the probability of getting the circles is earlier, and it's gonna be May W is gonna be winning that vehicle as QB now all alone. Gonna go for the loot instead. And I think for the sprays come out punishes him for being a little bit too greedy. Here comes MH as well. MH saying, yeah, nah, this is my Dacia. And you remember, Dacias aren't exactly thick. So I don't think he wants to risk it, especially this early, because if your car explodes, it'll be the end. And QB will be like, yeah, you took my car away from me. Yeah, give that back. Thank you very much. And I'm out of the way. I love this cheese car. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it is. It's cheesy.
It's very cheesy.
It's very cheesy. But then again,
just like you, sir.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yes.
I'll work on my yogurtness. Never mind that. I was trying.
You copied Choo Choo's joke, man.
Did I? Was that the same?
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
It was the same exact joke.
Oh.
I know you guys have been working with each other for a while, but like, dang, didn't think you guys have the same wavelength too.
Dang. I gotta separate myself from her. like I gotta exercise her from my mind or something.
I mean, that's why you've been casting with me for the past 2 days. Oh, here we go, our second victim. Oh, also a run and drive. What do you call it? Drive and run? Hit and run. Yeah, hit and run.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh wow. And it's from H2O. Again, the second time today that H2O loses a player like within the first few minutes.
I'm trying to understand like why these players are nowhere close to their teammates and losing out that way. I mean, for QB, I think that QB was just lucky that he was smart about it. Like, oh, I lost a vehicle. Go inside. Hopefully get a good gun. Oh my god, that's the second one. YG needs to go to jail. Someone call the cops on this, people. They're just running and hit and running everyone, causing terror in the lands of Erangel. Wow, I sound like a nerd.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. But that's kind of cool though, just saying.
It's my AO3 era. What do you call it? Fanfiction era. Oh. Writing stories about PUBG Mobile. Did you know there are actually fanfictions of PUBG Mobile?
There is?
Yeah.
I want to see it.
Let's go into AO3 later then, yeah?
Okay. Noted. Gonna check it out later on. Wow, okay. I didn't know that existed. That'll be interesting. I'm still waiting for the moment where someone writes about, you know, casters fan fiction era. That'll be nice.
Oh heck no.
Okay.
Oh heck no. I don't want people to write stories about me. That's kind of like a TMZ moment, isn't it?
What's a TMZ
Cloud.
moment?
You don't know TMZ?
No, what's that?
It's a trash, what do I say, magazine where they gossip about celebrities.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I've never been
Sir
gossiped
Cloud
before.
spotted out with an unknown Malaysian girl
At the karaoke.
at a no, I don't want to say that, man.
Oh,
At a pasar malam,
Oh.
buying fried chicken and kopi ais ikat tepi.
Wow, you gotta translate that for our regional viewers.
Oh, right. I don't know if this is a Malaysian thing, but we have this like drinks in these plastic bags and we tie up with a raffia. Wow. I didn't
Wow.
know that cars could turn into submarines now.
It makes me wonder, why are they doing that? Why are they sabotaging the
Okay.
vehicles?
Well, there's a reason why. Let's pause that for a second because Master Zai with the huge pickoff onto H2O. H2O was a little bit too separated, and I'm not sure what exactly happened during the time they went down. Now, coming back into the story about the vehicles, it's not really sabotaging. It's more of like the idea that they're wanting to do is to grab they want to swim around or they want to go into those boats, right? So when you kind of like drive into the water with the car, you kind of like land further down. So that means that you don't take too much time to swim into the middle of the water. You save some time.
Okay.
I asked a pro player, and that's what they said. So
Ah.
I don't know if he was trolling me. I hope I wasn't being trolled. You know.
Tash, no one needs to know that. I was about to say, oh, Tash, big brain, but okay.
That's a big brain. Toki just blew himself up. Probably just gave up at that point. A bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I had a lot of hopes for H2O to at least.
I was
get
hoping
chicken
for
dinner.
a hero moment, right? Like you were
Yeah.
hoping like at least like not a chicken dinner, but rather maybe a 1v2 or a 2-pick perhaps. So at least like maybe you get a little bit of a placement point and the 2 points. Still enough, honestly, in my opinion. But regardless, with the lower points for placement now, it's probably something that doesn't take priority over kills. And at this point, I think it's like he's not able to get those. Don't think he's very what's the word, confident in his skill to take these fights.
Yeah, but if you gotta think about it, right? Like if you don't give up and you play like how you would normally play, and then you come up with the chicken dinner and you play like solo from the first minute until the end, that is some insane stuff. I mean,
It's happened before, right?
yeah, it has happened before. It has. I still remember it was Mika from Axis Red 1, and his final opponent was against Genexus. And can you imagine Genexus with Biu and all, and Biu and crew? But he won against all of them. So that became
Actually
like a crazy
scary.
moment.
Yeah, it's honestly all about that microplay at that point. How exactly you navigate yourself, how you're getting lucky with your sprays or your shots, right? In that situation, it's honestly very, very fun when you see a one. If a 1v2 is already fun, imagine a 1v3 and a 1v4. And it's honestly, we've seen a few 1v3s and 1v4s, especially as they play around the rock and then you don't know where to expect they're coming through, and the good use of utilities as well. I want to see more of that. And I feel like we didn't. I saw one from Amir, but haven't seen more than that because to be fair, I did tell you yesterday, right? If your teammate is left alone and your teammate has a clutch, you have to question a lot of things as to why your teammate has to go through it. But for us viewers, we're like, yeah, we love that. What a hero play!
Oh yeah, of course. Hero play stories are always good. You know what? I kind of feel that H2O is having a meltdown, like internally. If not, that wouldn't have happened. You gotta think about it. Like just being realistic
True.
about like how players would think behind the scenes.
Oh yeah. I'm not sure how the conversation goes, honestly, when it comes to this player comps. I'm sure that you're more familiar with it and how the decision is made. And look at that. TX already, that's exactly what's going to happen. Oh, ew. Wow, that's a very, very painful circle. You have no clue if the circle is going to go to an SMB. I mean, yeah, it's a priority to SMB, but sometimes a hardship up north. And I think KE is gambling that. Look at that.
Yeah, and it has happened before. And
But the airdrop is toward SMB, so I'm going to put my money onto SMB.
okay, so I'm gonna put it on to the main peninsula. How about that?
Really?
Yeah. Let's do it. So
Okay, let's do that.
Whoever predicts it wrong needs to shave bald. Ooh.
You're already bald. Doesn't count, man.
Oh man.
You're always bald.
Oh man, I was about to, offer myself to be bald again. It takes
What do you
sacrifice.
mean again? You memang no hair, man.
Well, I pulled out the Malayness in you.
Yeah, man, it happened. I've been casting a lot of, for those who don't know, my origin story of PUBG Mobile. I started off casting in Malay before I was finally allowed to do English, and I had begged our beautiful producer Lotpoy for like, I think, was it half a year? Lotpoy, please! Let me do English!
Welcome to the club! Glad that
Oh,
you're
you had
here.
to do it too?
Welcome to the club now that you're here. So glad that you're here. But Sid is glad to see Vipers because that's 1 point for them.
Thanks, Spoogle. Always the first person down, and Guap runs him over. What is going on? Why the aggression? Why the rage driving? I understand that it's the last Serangala day, but man.
I know.
Are they
right?
stuck in, or maybe they're stuck in traffic all day in whatever country they're in. I feel like in Southeast Asia a lot of traffic happens.
Nope.
What? Even one sec got ran over by himself. Wow.
Okay. What's happening in this one? And not on top of that, Tash, you look at this. Yango Galacticos, they are tanking the blue. That means he's knocked on the outside for some reason.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's no worries to get that pick off, but you can see some teams start to get those pick off picks. Like I talk about Spoogle. Look at BG. May W went out just now. And it's a very interesting situation because for Enigma as well, that happened. It was mostly because they had a 3-1 situation going down and then they got caught out. And I'm wondering why a lot of teams are doing that because we haven't really seen that happening a lot starting from last week. It's only now that we start to see it come through. And I'm wondering, like, are these players all on the same wavelength when it comes to making these plans? Why is it happening at the same time? You know? It's kind of like you buy a car, right? And suddenly everyone has the same car as you.
Kind of true.
Yeah.
Yeah. But of course, well, talking about cars, well, my car is kind of common here in Malaysia, so...
Your car is cool, man.
Oh, really? Thank you. Yours
Yeah.
as well?
Yeah. I have a dad car.
Oh, wow. Maybe that's why I find it cool.
Oh, my money is correct. Go, Sir Cloud.
Okay.
Put on a wig and shave bald.
Alright, I am going bald after this.
Here we go, 1 sec. In danger as Master Ichi gets a kill onto WT. The sprays come out there. Cute Loki at least gets a trade out here onto Marcus. If you see that these white teams that YG has been hit by is 2 different teams altogether.
Oh.
1 sec. Will be revived. Second chance for him.
Oh.
For SKR.
Oh.
Not gonna be happening. They're in trouble right now. 15 plays, 0 eliminations means that they are out of the game, at least for now. Can come back later on Miramar.
0 points for SKR, but now we will focus on Falcon. Falcon with long range on the Viper. Chanlone coming in to provide more support, but this compound is secured nevertheless. DJ bails this area, and they are all still on the outside of the circle. Let's see, they are the areas of farm, so that means they are still on the northern side or the main peninsula. They still need to get their way into the military base island. This is where the bridge will be very dangerous. By this time, we can expect the bridge to be to have its lurkers.
FCON has had their moments yesterday. I think that today they want to really come back if possible. They want to be able to really show what they're made of. And I feel like it's still Andrew that's really making that big statements when it comes to those fights, those big hits here. And I really would like to see, I don't know, a big change as well. I mean, Konzi, we've seen some Konzi get some big situations as well, those really big openings. But I want to see everyone come up on top. Now, Andrew taking a lot of damage. He takes some blue zone, playing alone here. I think it's really good that he's actually allowing himself to be the guy to handle the run and gun. I think it's more of them just trying to... Are they going to go for this boat here, actually? Oh, let's see what's happening for WPM there. Sin goes down, and this fight between KE and YG still continues.
Ooh, okay. So, KE, they have the advantage of the circle for now because they are within it, but it's not going to last them that long. But at least they will make the most out of it by Boyshaw getting a knockdown to Marnet, prepping up the nade, wanting to toss onto one side, but one side tosses his own nade as well. Boyshaw gotta be careful. That was close. Being clipped down to 80% of health. Boyshaw, he still has time to hold on to this. Anyway, the blue is going to put pressure on the YG. YG will be the team that needs to find a way out.
For KE, they had a really good start in the last map. It's unfortunate they couldn't go all the way out in the beginning. And I think KE, what their idea is that they were stuck in a situation where they couldn't go anywhere. They were stuck between two teams. So the only way they can go is into the water. So like it or not, they have to swim. But the KE, Davan, still getting that pick onto Q Loki after all. And YG is in a situation where they're stuck on mainland. They cannot go near the water. It's an open area. And KE has this little terrain to work with. And these rocks might just be their winning savior. Good trade coming in from Marne. Gonna get the revive of his teammate as well. Before he does that, he has to make sure that it's clear first. But look at how many teams are stuck on the top side here. So many.
Okay, keep your eye on GE. They'll be the Coast Guard. They will stop teams from coming up onto the beach. And now at the same time on the southern side, we have PBE trying to get into the circle, but Raimon will go down to the zone, taking too much time on the outside, the circle. It's going to be tough for teams on the southern side because all those high ground areas, those entry points into the circle, they already have their own teams.
Yeah, and I think GE kind of plonking them at the northern side there has given them so much value. And one thing that's really great about GE is the fact that, okay, we're going to find this area. We're predicting it's going to come here, especially as we did see that that airdrop. And we're not going to move at all. We saw this happening for TX, but TX wasn't able to hold on to the area. Now, as I mentioned before, big teams tend to struggle when we have really hard shift circles. It looks like WPM is one of those teams. They do have a knock. We saw them getting picked off just now, but it's always a reset for them. I'm really liking the fact that how aggressive they can be when their teammate goes out. Oh, you mess with my teammate. 2 rush forward. 1 smoke and 1 gets the revive as the other 2 kind of puts in the pressure, puts in the firepower. And on top of that, they come up on top as well when it comes to those fights. And let's look at that, just as I said. There we go, Michi with the pickoff onto Falcon.
Oh, I'm worried for Monboy now, Tash. Just look at him. He has OJS to deal with. He has the zone to deal with as well. He's forced to move on to the other side.
There we go.
Yep, there's nothing much he can do about that. Even if
only
he
a
moves,
motorcycle.
Yeah, it's only a motorcycle. One of the most vulnerable vehicles that you can be on.
The motorcycle and the buggy, dangerous. Explodes easily, allows for easier access to your headshots, and for TX, look at how much space they have, but they're taking in so much damage as they go up this terrain. Getting sandwiched between FCON as well as BG. TX with the reposition here finds Andrew on one side. Good firepower to get the first pick off, and you're starting to see that focus fire from them. Good discipline.
Yeah, I really like how Rio came in from the flank, totally catching his opponent off guard and securing that elimination point. But Rain seems to give himself to the water, drowning himself, probably denying the point. KE will survive this as they arrive onto the military base island. Vampire for Vipers though, DJ still caught on the outside. I'm kind of worried if he's in the circle. Stay alive, stay alive.
Wow, look at that, so quiet suddenly. As all the teams are just kind of go for picks, trying to make sure that they can reposition safely. You don't want to let people know your position as you're at this crucial part of the circle with 30 seconds to go and the circle is about to push through. You don't want to get caught out here. As for Vipers, I think that KE knows where Vipers are. So what exactly is the top doing is to try to move forward. Have one person from the mainland there shooting. That is honestly a very, very smart move. Very sneaky too, because if the top were to swim even close, right? No one can shoot. He could just like stay there like, yeah guys, shoot him, guys.
Yeah, he can provide information because within the water, if you are swimming, you can see your opponent. That's where he can tell, hey Davan, this direction. And they'll secure that elimination point. But look at this! Look at this, Tash! KE, despite them being in the water, they still have a percentage of the circle.
Yep, because GE was kind of forced back just now by another team rotating through. So they decided to come and take the middle side of the circle instead of the top side. And I think that's really smart as well. But in this situation here, WPM not allowing the zone, but here comes another big fight. BGE and TX waiting for time. Jump shots come through, catches Zen off guard. But a good trade is out at the same time here. Shots come through. Rio gets one more. TX now in trouble. Sonic on the other side. Can he at least get one before he goes down? Here is the question. Ranzer picks one more off, and TX out for a count, 2 eliminations. But here comes another team out there, and it's gonna be Axis ramping up the damage. West 992 goes down. Axis, we have never seen this aggression before. Amir is out for a count. Nasty goes down at the same time. Master Zai making good work of this. What? 2v4! And they managed to get a very good earth happened there?
Oh my goodness, what on earth happened to Flash Vision Esports? They were the team to crash into the compound, but they were the team to be eliminated by GE. GE showing off their firepower as what we've seen in the stats before. And it's actually going to be the Axis that got eliminated. So now we can see that Austria Esports is pinning Spooky down. Spooky will be taken out by Astro X. That's going to be another point in the back for them.
Micro shot, if you think about it. Very pixel, right under the car. Very, very hard to do without experts. The car, regardless, DZ now in trouble. The sprays are out. That pressure is just so immense onto Austria. And for the team, even though it's a lot of shots coming in from BG, they're okay with just moving around. Ranzer is just moving around like there's no tomorrow. For Enigma, I don't know if being inside that shack is the best of idea, but they can't go anywhere. One nade is all it needs to just send them out, and QB is the only one with 2 kills here.
Yeah, that is the risk that they're taking right now. And not only that, there's a possibility that they might not get the next phase of the circle, but we'll wait and see what happens in about a minute. Now looking at KE, they are kind of open as well, assuming that they don't get the circle. It's an open way for them to get in. Then that means that, well, it's always never good news if you're out in the open.
Yeah, as for Austria, I think they're going to be very happy with this area. They have all the information they need. They know where Enigma is. But now for BG, Astro using this terrain, and he got picked there. It's huge. And it's honestly, I am so amazed by Astro's performance. I was talking about Sky Nin last week, but this week, Astro's performance has been huge. Big pickoffs, the aggression coming through, and taking up space. He has been really, really making an impact for the team, just leading them to victory. Regardless, Newbie with the pick onto the top. Huge long-range fight there as BG now still in trouble. They're being choked by 2 different angles. From Enigma, from Austria, and you know that from Austria, the firepower can be big because you've seen DZ with those really huge sprays at the same time Astro as well, which also almost feels like you're dealing with 2 teams.
Oh, yeah, that is the amount of firepower that they can deal. But Austria, right in the circle, and they have a good spread as well. That means that they have good coverage, they set up a good parameter. It's just that they still have like 6 other teams to deal with, and that's not a small number. But because the circle right now is 100% on land, the last we saw, there are a couple of players still swimming in the sea, so they need to get on land, but it will not be easy. Davan will be taken out. There's one more person still in the water.
There we go. Pressure comes up here as Astro gets the reposition. Beautiful movement. And now Mura forced out in the open to get that pick on, to get the revive onto Edward. Thankfully his teammate is there. Gonna go for those resets, but DZ is the one to look out for as the sprays come out. Ranzer huge onto Newbie. Mile will get him out of the way here as Ranzer, as the other members of Austria will be turning their attention to G-Lab now. G-Lab in trouble. What are you gonna do? Because they are not allowing any passage into the circle, and one by one they're getting picked off here. Kai goes next.
Oh, Tash, DJ is still alive. Can you believe it?
You need to sing a song. Oh, he's gonna steal it.
Yes. Can he do it? Can he land on top of his opponent? Probably not. Probably not. Probably too far. But Skynin is going to be the one that secures it.
Yeah, Skynin is very quick on that. You know what's going to happen. Skydy goes down, and now we are down to our top 5 here. Austria very healthy with 5. GE, despite starting off huge there, just as I've spoken that out, BG one out of the way. Amura gonna be playing it very proactive on the outside of the building, and I don't blame him. It's a very flat land, and with lots of windows as well. You never know which micro area can be taken out here, as the circle will not be favoring Enigma's area. This is where things get really complicated for them, because they only have one small exit to work through, and the rest of the area in front of them is completely open. GE in the middle, smiling in happiness, but it's gonna be Austria with the main advantage here, with the trees, with the shrubbery, with the terrain.
Oh, Austria, just look at this. They're the only team that still has a full squad, so they can cover multiple angles. They have the manpower advantage. But Skynin is moving in all alone. He doesn't know. I don't think he knows he's gonna get punished by it. Enigma might get him, but it's gonna be Astro Ice getting on the QB. So he has backup. Good thing his teammates has his back.
Wow, BG still eliminating teams and still very, very dominating despite losing one. No worries at all. He does know where exactly Caps is. Caps has not moved a single inch because of how this place has been so unfortunate for them. This Shack 2 out there in the open. Smokes will just kind of push them out of the shack, but he's going to be using this burning vehicle as cover. DeJ playing it very quiet here, but the problem is this is flat ground. He does not have the advantage, and everyone easily spots him out. He eats the damage, but not sure if he survived. Nope, he doesn't. Viper's out for the count.
But it's still ridiculous that DJ could survive up to a top 5 finish. That was insane.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, gotta give it to him. He did his best there. But now, focusing on the top 4 teams here. Amura being spotted out. Amura gonna go in for the 1v1. Skyden comes in and Skyden with the roll rage. Skyden, he's been burned down. Unfortunately, the Molly was still active there. Skyden taking too much damage. Amura took advantage of it, but Amura now super duper low at the low ground. Amura 20% of health. Renza with about 70% of health. DZ's gonna come in from the other side, and Renza will take out Edward, and that is it for Burmese goals.
The change in pace is huge here as Austria did lose one. It's no problem though to get that revive. But for Enigma, just staying quiet is his objective. The idea is to be able to survive till the end and hopefully take a 1v1. We see the weapon of choice here by Master Zai. Does have a long range one as well. Still eyes on Caps here, and I think everyone is very, very aware of how we've seen the endings from prior maps. That one person who is not only the Kingmaker or even the Kill Stealer is going to be the issue. Now Caps, he still has a few more tricks up his sleeves. That's his last 2 smokes. Gives him some space to move forward, but you can hear the shots coming through here. He has to be careful. These sprays from Smile, very nasty, but thankfully none of them actually clips onto Caps. But looking at Austria there, the amount of control they have on this terrain is insane. They have full view of everyone around the area.
Oh yeah, including Caps. So there's nothing much he can do. It's just too open for him. So he'll be eliminated 3rd place with 2 elimination points. Now it's between GE and Austria Esports for this chicken dinner. So far, looking good for Austria Esports as they still have the manpower against GE. But GE, they have the compound. So it's numbers against a compound. I wouldn't be surprised if they might crash in because they're on their vehicles now.
On top of that, you have to remember for GE, they are very aggressive this round despite losing 2. The last 2 players managed to get 3 each before they came to this stage of the game. Now, because of the circle, we have to wait till 20 seconds to go to see where exactly this circle will be going. But I think for Austria, being inside their vehicles is going to allow them to really reposition themselves. For GE, they do have only 1 vehicle to work with. So if they were to both take this vehicle, the focus fire has to be really, really focused onto the vehicle to blow it down at the same time. It's a high risk for GE to play together. Or maybe what they can do is have one person take the vehicle, take up that space, and have one more shoot out from the other side for those trades. Regardless, for Austria, I feel that this is one of their safest, I would say, safest and most aggressive rounds. Because number 1, they're not overheating. Number 2, they're being very, very good at being disciplined and holding the area. Instead, before this, we can see that Austria, they like to just go immediately forward into a compound, take up that space, and go for those kills. Now they're understanding the fact that 10 points in their grasp, they cannot fumble this.
Looks like it's going to be a slow ending, but it seems like GE will be forced out of their compound. Just waiting for the circle to move. And by then, Austria, they know that there's only one direction for them to look at. Just look at the minimap. Everyone's looking at pretty much the same direction. And they know that it's just GE left. So it's now all about GE. How are they going to overcome this? The best bet is just to smoke up and try to drive to the lower ground of this hill and to get cover there. That is their best bet. But it's still really hard.
I mean, Skirkle's still toward the middle side. No one's moving just yet. Both teams have advantage here. It's just a matter of... I like the fact that Austria is respecting GE to not play as aggressive. You saw what happened to Axis just now. Tried their best to play it very, very fast. They hit the area, the sprays come out, and then all 4 members fell to GE. And GE did not suffer any losses at all. And I was surprised at this situation. What happened there? Because that was a numbers game, but the fact is, they didn't check. They just ran forward. And it's a very, very important when you deal with a team as aggressive and as sneaky as GE. You have to make sure that you have the information first before you run forward here. Now for Austria, what they're doing is they're playing together, but yet they put this little area amongst themselves so they don't get blown up together. Here we go. Smile with the aggression coming through as predicted, coming into the circle just to take that space with the vehicle. Zai eats up the damage. The circle slowly pushing out here as the middle side has been fully controlled by Osha. It's going to be a problem as Smile, run and gun from both sides here. Beautifully done by Astro to protect his teammate. Only one person left to worry about. It's going to be Zai from the inside of the building as Osha with 3 versus 1 might not be able to get it, but Osha with the winner chicken dinner, very disciplined, very well done.
Yeah, Zai knows there's nothing more that he can do, so he denied that point away from Osja Esports. But Osja Esports is in the house, ladies and gentlemen, and gotta give it to Tash again. Your second prediction correct in a row.
Oh, I'm a bit scared today, man. My predictions are right. I don't know. I feel like a curse is coming soon, or perhaps after finally years and years of being cursed, it's like the curse gods are like, yeah, I think I want to release her from my curse, and I'm gonna give it to Sir Cloud now.
I already got the curse of predicting the circle wrongly. So, well, I guess that's just you cleansing it, like not only the circle but also the teams.
Fair enough. But for Alsha, let's talk a little bit about the MVP here. Ranzer will be the one on the top with 4 eliminations. Now, if you look at most of the teams that have been making it toward the MVP side, the one that's been really, really heavily skewed toward them in terms of MVP has been mixed. But for the rest, I think that what's really important is the fact that we're seeing a very nice distribution of workload amongst them. And it's just a little bit skewed toward Ranzer this time because they did lose 1 player fairly early. Regardless, you can see the rotations coming from Austria, very huge rotations coming through. You remember, they came in from the mainland and moved all the way down to SMB. Compared to the rest of teams, GE, VG, and KE, actually these 3 teams, if you remember, they actually chose to swim over, except for GE. They used the bridge, I believe. But if you can see how aggressive each match is, I'm not thinking that this aggression is going to stop very, very soon. Because I think in this situation, when you are playing this aggressive, you go into the next match thinking that, oh, this team stopped us earlier. Okay, let's go aggressive like they did. It's almost like a game of vendetta against each other at each point. But then suddenly you see that beginning and end of the game, the pace changes. It's very quiet early because everyone is trying to loot up and be as healthy as possible with the right firepower as they move into the, I would say, the 3rd to 4th, space of the map. And then toward the end, it's a quiet situation because it's a very unusual circle is one. And number 2, the circle is very open. You can't do anything except let the circle dictate how aggressive you can go eventually.
And this team, they managed to do that, just that. 23 points as the reward. But we have 3 teams without points in this round. SKR, surprise, surprise. PB is a surprise as well, if you ask me. A team that's very aggressive. But we did see that Momboy didn't have anywhere to go. He was the last man standing. In the previous round as well, he was the last man standing, but he made something happen. But this time around, not that lucky. As the famous would say, lightning doesn't strike twice at the same place.
Yeah, I think for PBE, their biggest problem has been their positioning. And it was a very interesting start, honestly, if you remember again. It was a lot of run and guns. It was a situation where teams were separated from one another. And for PBE, because of, I think what happened here was another team dropped near them. So they were forced to scatter in so many different situations, in so many different areas, that they weren't able to play together, just eventually got picked off one by one. I think for PBE, most of their advantage lies in team play. And when they're not able to play together, things just start to fall apart. Regardless, right now, Austria going to be overtaking GE in this point, but only 1 point ahead. And that's how competitive it is from number 2 and number 3. And for number 1, for WPM, they left a little bit early as well. I believe they took a fight quite early. They still went out with points, but because of the, I would say, the point disparity they had made toward the end of yesterday, it allowed them so much space to make mistakes. Now, PBE going to go down because of that, and BG is going to just jump up, APG going down. And this is the problem with APG, right? It's not because they're a problem, honestly. It's because they came in at such a big point lead earlier, boosting up to number 5. They go down now because in this map of Erangel, they weren't able to go far.
Yeah, they were kind of caught off there, unfortunately for them. But looking over their page 2 as well, I really want to see Axis come out the number 20th spot. They've been rooted down there for the longest time. Last week they were
but
number
they have
19.
more points now. They were at 20 plus earlier, now at 31. I think they're slowly catching up, but they're running out of maps, honestly.
Yeah, they are. I think they only have like one map, or maybe they have 2 more maps to go, so a little bit more advantage perhaps. But we must consider that H2O will collect points as well, Vipers will collect points as well, TX will collect points, so that's something to consider. Other than that, let's see, any peculiar numbers here. Enigma, pretty interesting. So just look at this, 16 rank points, but they made it up with 42 eliminations. Looking at the gap against other teams, I think that they have a different plan. Same goes for Falcon if you kind of think about it.
I think a lot of teams are prioritizing those kills. I think this is why it's very interesting. But if you look at the fact that for teams like Axis, it's not about stepping up just now. It's about those really small mistakes on how exactly you enter a compound, how exactly you clear that area. Because how they took a fight against GE just now was like, I know that they weren't sure how many people are in there. But no, I think they know because 2 people had already died and a fight already happened and they came in right at the other side. But the problem is trying to make sure that you're able to flush those angles before you go into a compound is very, very important. Because I think one of the biggest strengths of GE has always been the CQCs. They do so well in CQCs, even in a 1v3, and it's been looking so very good. But you know what else is very good? If you follow us on our social media.
Yes, we are everywhere in multiple languages. So if you prefer it in Cambodian, or if you prefer it in Myanmar or the Philippines, or even in English or in Malay, these are the social medias that you should follow. We are on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, everywhere, and tons of memes there. And not only the wildcard scores or the wildcard updates are there, but the country PMPL updates are there as well. So that's something that you guys can check out. But check out these teams too inside of Miramar.
I think it's really impressive to look at WPM's rank points here with 61. And with 96 eliminations, those are very, very big numbers compared to the other top performers. And I think it's because also yesterday we saw some really, really big plays and really, really big aggression coming in from WPM. But that's of course given the fact that they had a very, I would say, regular circle. But we saw earlier today, like in the previous map, that it can get very, very hectic, especially when the circles pulls toward the southern side. And we saw WPM start to struggle. And I think for their sake, they would want to pray for a more regular and centralized circle. But for the rest of the other teams that tend to adapt despite the fact of what circle it comes out in the end, if you see at how those aggressive circles or unfortunate circles happen, we see teams like Osha, teams like FVE, FOD tend to still, and BG actually, still manage to maintain their usual success regardless of what kind of circle is given to them.
Yes, we can see that they are fairly consistent to a certain extent, but I think at this stage of the game is that if you want to be the number 1, it's more than just being consistent. You need to be able to rank in a lot more points, and we're not talking about just maybe 10 points per round. You need to rank up those 20 points, those 20-ish points, or maybe...
It's those big play points, right?
Big play points. Like yesterday, West Point Mamba, 31 points with that chicken dinner. And be afraid, Tash. Be afraid, viewers. Be afraid, teams, because next round, West Point Mamba is coming back, and we saw what they can do inside of Miramar. The stats don't lie as well. 96 eliminations so far inside Miramar.
I think this aggression works so good for them because of how they play their system. Actually, when you think about it, they play close enough, but they don't really go for those long range shots. If anything, it's gonna be Miggy really throwing out that long range shots from the other side, and even then his team is close to him. And even when they took those fights, it's always close together. They have really good crossfire and good teamwork. But again, I want to emphasize that before this, it was Miggy that was really putting in that big numbers and big hits. And now with Federal is really stepping up with those big elimination numbers. With Michi as well, you should really, really be worried because this is a team that is not only individually they are good, but playing together allows them to really focus fire. And I think for the team as well, they are very, very known for that focus fire. You see a vehicle, 2 people are going to be shooting at the same time because they're not allowing anyone to move or even reposition. And that's very scary to deal with when you know how that someone is that you have to go to the other side of the map to get that revive of your teammate, to go and reposition to the circle. But there's so much firepower, you can't even move.
Yes, there is. That's why yesterday what we saw, the run for the MVP, all 4 of them are from West Point Mamba.
Yeah,
and we couldn't deny it, the fact that they popped out superbly in that final round yesterday. So it has to be given it to them. But Today it might change, but I guess it really depends on what happens in this final 2 rounds. Considering that West Point Mamba has the best record inside of Myanmar so far, I'll be scared. I'll be scared for other teams.
I mean, like, for me personally, I know that some teams require that snowball effect in terms of momentum on how exactly they approach one map and move toward the next. It's about feeling yourself, feeling confident, getting those skills and feeling really good. You're gonna have a good day. And I feel that for a lot of shooter games, that is gonna be the issue, because aiming is something that you need to be very, very consistent. It's very different than a MOBA, where you just have to understand how the ability moves, the prediction of the moves as well. But going back to shooters, because you have to constantly be very consistent with those shots, when you feel yourself, it's sort of like you're playing badminton. You're having a good day playing badminton, you are gonna still, your muscles are gonna be very, very, I would say, fluid. Now, coming back into that at the same time, your momentum can be stopped. And I think that for WPM today, the beginning wasn't the best, and we just talked about this yesterday, correct? About yesterday they weren't doing so good, and suddenly in the last map they popped off, and I wouldn't be surprised if they were to do it again. Regardless, coming into Myanmar, I think that for me, SKR, KE, and FOD, I think that for them, these are their, I would say, do or die moments. That's why I chose them, and I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to go aggressive and play very similarly to WPM.
Yeah, I do agree with the FOD pick as well. They were number 1 last week. A little bit shaky this week, but then again, I think they would have secured their spot into the next round overall. But of course, we need to tabulate the scores after the end of tomorrow. For my pick, on the other hand, I am still rooting for teams on page number 2, especially for TX. They are still on page number 2 somewhere down there. We don't exactly know what are the points yet for them to qualify into the grand finals, but I think if they were to qualify, they will qualify by the skin of their teeth. It's going to be that tight. PBE, no doubt, they are hot. I'm liking it despite not getting a chicken dinner just yet, but I'm counting. Okay, let me count how many second places have they got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 second places in week number 2. Can you imagine their level of consistency?
I can, honestly. I think it's more of like them understanding how exactly to approach a match is very interesting. Now, if you remember, Yangon Galacticos, they actually have a esports psychologist, if I'm not mistaken, and we have interviewed them last season, and I think that that's the reason why YG has been pretty fairly consistent when it comes to their gameplay, is the idea of kind of resetting your mind as you go into the game. Because one thing that's really important about a battle royale is that you cannot expect each game to be the exact same, regardless of how many drills you do, how many circles, how many rotations you practice, how many scrims you play. Every match will be fairly unique, because the circle will never really be in the same possible area, and the rotations might not be the same, which is why the probability for this game can be pretty, I would say, different in every single round. Now, coming back to the picks today, KE, I think KE is a team that is, I think they're fairly consistent, I have to say. They have an idea on how exactly to approach things, but it seems like as they are about to execute the next part of their plan, they're getting halted. And it's just so unfortunate for them, because it's either the positioning wasn't there, the circle gets pulled away, or suddenly they get hit by 2 different areas, teams rather than holding their areas. And I think that in terms of firepower and skill, they do have the basic fundamentals for it. It's just been very unlucky for them.
Yeah, sometimes luck do play a role, right? Especially when it comes to like circles, or especially when it comes to what the type of teams that's playing in your current group. So that kind of what kind of loot as well that you get, what kind of vehicles that you get. There is a level of RNG that we cannot deny. But of course, the challenge is that for these teams is how do they adapt to those RNGs, and that's why that we can see that some of the teams that are really, really on top. For some of the teams at the bottom, I am still very worried for Axis, H2O. I'm not sure if these 2 teams can make it into the grand finals. Considering that we'll be eliminating 4 teams, I think these 2 teams are in my worry list.
Same here, especially, I mean, for Axis, I think I am not very, I don't really have a lot of hope for them, given the fact that even for a 2v4, they seem to be failing that in terms of numbers and fights, and they have these pop-off moments, and I'm just like, what is going on? Why do they have these massive pop-off moments, but they're making these very, very, I would say, major mistakes. Now, for H2O, I feel like I thought that I would see a change in pace for them today, but they've been very unlucky in terms of dropping where they get picked up 1 by 1. It's happened not once, but also twice. The first map, because they were trying to take a fight, but then they got decimated as they try to hit the compound. And the second one, because you saw that they were picked up one by one as they got into the drop spots here. And also, again, for H2O, same mistakes over and over again. It's Tail of Solo's time, right? You see those pop-off moments. You're like, whoa, H2O is coming out on top. This is the potential that we were hoping to see, and then suddenly it's gone in a blink of an eye. And we're just wondering, like, okay, is it because of their mental? Is it because of them not really understanding how the circle is going to go? Or is it because just them being overwhelmed by teams that are just so... I mean, if you look at teams like FVE, FOD, WPM, Austria, who are always out for the hunt in terms of getting kills, and Enigma as well, actually, even though they're not on the top side of the ladder, this is where you question, like, okay, are these teams so strong that just overwhelming these two teams at the bottom?
Yeah, you kind of think about it, right? That could be the reason as well. Not only like WPM or Enigma, there are some teams that might just qualify, might just do enough to qualify, or maybe they are thinking that, oh, if we do a little bit more, we might just qualify at the end. But so that kind of like is a domino effect, right? So when they start to ramp up their aggressiveness, teams that have little confidence, like H2O, like Axis, they'll get eaten alive.
Yeah, it's all about that confidence, number one. Number two, the momentum. The momentum from these teams are just insane if you think about it. They basically dictate every single momentum and movement. We saw just now Austria versus... Was it GE?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't GE. Was it GE?
Yeah.
I don't remember who the second place team was inside the building. Oh, it was GE, yes, correct. So you can see how much Austria demanded that control and that momentum, and that really is all about that pressure. And if these teams still manage to maintain that pressure while still applying the understanding that you don't have to overpeak everything, things might just change. Regardless, what else is changing is the map coming here tonight. We're already on our fourth match of the night. We're gonna go to Myanmar and hoping for a really fast match, because this map can be very, very aggressive. But honestly, I don't have hope for at least until Circle 3. So let's see if my predictions are gonna come true.
Myanmar it is, ladies and gentlemen. The first Myanmar for today, the fourth map of week number 2, day number 4. So as usual, we'll see how the flight path is as the start, and then we'll see how the circle is. So yesterday we got an Impala circle and also somewhat of a, I believe it was a Los Leones circle, somewhere around there. So that was kind of like okay-ish circle. But hopefully we will be able to see like Tasha's favorite circle, like around the areas of prison, like something tucked at the corner. I think that would be pretty fun as well.
Yeah, I'm really hoping for a, I don't know, Campo Militar circle. I don't know, have you seen that before?
Campo Militar?
Yeah.
Yes, I've seen Campo Militars. So that's okay. I think in this map, I'm trying to think. Have I seen ruins before? Maybe. I've seen a Campo Militar. Okay, I think to the best of my memory, I think I have not seen a ruins yet.
No ruins yet. Okay,
Yeah,
at the very northern side there's an area with some bodies of water. Have you seen a circle there?
No, not yet. But speaking about
it's a very
circle,
curious area. Like, nobody goes there, right?
Oh, you mean the one at the way up north, right?
Yep, up north.
Oh, yeah.
And you know who's going north? Chewy. In trouble already.
Oh, man.
Straight up to heaven he's gonna go. The other
Okay.
members, I think that what happened here is a little skirmish in the area, as like Chewy was also trying to get the items before he got the vehicle. So he got left behind there. It's just a very unfortunate situation. I think that's always been the issue here in Myanmar, because the priority for this map in particular has always been vehicles, because you kind of need the vehicles to scale the high terrains. You want to scale around the terrains as well, and it needs to allow you some safe passage as you pass through the high ground. So like it or not, over the weapons, you need to go for those vehicles as the other person picks up stuff for you.
I remember now. Yes, I've seen a we call it the Oasis. Like the one way up.
Oasis. Okay, I've never seen that area before, and doesn't really have a name, so I never really gave it a name. But it does make sense why you call it an Oasis now. I love it.
Yeah, so yeah, I guess it's like a community giving it a name. It's like, how do you describe the area? Well, the best thing is Oasis, and I think it's understandable.
I mean, if you remember Sanok, there's an area with a little temple in it, and underneath it is like those swamps. I forgot what it's called, but for some reason last season we got a lot of circles there, and I never called it anything. I just called it What do I call it? I just call it a terrain.
Yeah, it's like as common as it can get.
Yeah, because sometimes you don't really know what to give it, especially when you are not actively really talking about it with the community, that particular area. So I'm really looking forward to see what chat says on what areas or what names of the area they gave. I think the Malay community, there was this one little shack, and they named it after a celebrity or something like that.
Is it the one without a roof?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, if it's without the roof, they would call it the Boy Iman.
Yes, the Boy Iman place. And I remembered
Yeah.
when I first started casting, I was like, why is it called the Boy Iman place? No one answered me, by the way.
Oh, so you never got an answer?
I never got an answer!
Okay, so this is the answer. So there was this one case in Malaysia before that it was a just to cut the story short, it's a scam case whereby the person built a house, but the house was unfinished because it was a scam case, and it was unfinished to the point that there were no roofs. Yeah, so that's why it's called Boy Iman.
Is it oh, so that Boy Iman guy is the one who scammed someone, or did someone scam him?
He was the one that scammed.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Wow.
Fun fact.
And why was it given to a house inside of PUBG Mobile?
Well, I guess they just okay. So this is the thing about pro players, right? So there's a lot of compounds on the map, so they have to like if they want to do a call out, they can't say that go to that compound or go to that compound.
Oh, so it's randomly given.
Yeah,
Okay.
so they like
okay,
give
that's interesting.
names to the compound. They'll be like some of them. They're quite individual to some teams. So I've heard like Kuza's house. I've heard like Heiko's house. I've heard like Yellow House, Blue House.
Oh, okay. So those are the name of the players, right? Kuza, Heiko.
Yes. So they kind of like can relate.
Okay, so but this is within like a community, right? Like not globally.
Yeah, but some of them are like kind of like community, like in the bigger community-ish. Like if they say like Boy Iman, for example. So that's kind of community, but it's like in Malaysia community.
Right.
I don't know what would they call it outside though.
So are there any other interesting call-outs for an area? You know, hold that thought, because right now, the Malaysian team, as we're just talking about Boy Iman right now, Axis...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, now in trouble right now. They're not really a Malaysian team. Singapore, rather, but, you know, neighbors, doesn't really matter. G-Labs, as though they said, you know what, we don't really want to take this fight. We'll come back for you later. And it's going to be Osha and YG. Now, we just talked about YG and how they deal with the game mentally here, and with Loki all alone, he has to buy sometimes. So that nade is gonna at least put him away from that vehicle. It's gonna flush him out of the area. Astro from the backside. Wow! This man does not stop with those huge rotates. Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah, they've been doing it even from before. Like they really know when to open up, when to take flanks, and that's how they secure those elimination points. Osja Esports, just look at it. The moment that YG knows that, oh no, it's them, they immediately bail that area.
Yeah, and like, okay, sorry, cute Loki. You may be cute, but you're not cute enough for you to save him. I'm sure your cuteness will keep you alive for a little while. You be our bait. Yeah. Oh man. But
sorry, Zero, you're being replaced.
Wow.
Wow.
But coming back to the game, I was wondering, like, where did the other two members of Axis go? And it's very dangerous. I mean, I understand why you want to go 2-2. But in this situation where your teammates are stuck in that building with the other people on the outside, are you going to rotate forward and help them? Or are you just going to leave them alone? Like, how does the call work here? Oh, looks like it's going to be a rotate here by Baby.
Smart enough to at least set one person on the high ground. So anyone that tries to come in will be shot at. And that's what happened to Baby. No choice but to retreat.
If you notice as well, one member of Axis did get changed today, but it's gonna be Amir with the pickup of the beautiful spray, foot and gun. You know exactly where the other members are. Would have been a more smart for them to play a nice cross on the top side, but that didn't happen. Kai nearly goes down, but no trades, and it's just so unfortunate. So yeah, I was talking about Virgil actually, who replaced CC today, and I'm wondering if Virgil is kind of put into play because the idea that he can get that competitive experience, they don't really have to, and they are probably already at the point where, you know, some teams, they kind of like think like, okay, I don't think that we're going to make it. So what we're going to do is to try and make the best out of all the situations that we can, which is to get as much competitive experience, let everyone who has been benched or waiting to learn from the experience. And maybe that's why CC was kind of changed in by Virgil this week, perhaps.
Yeah, that does make sense as well. It's just to let everyone have a feel I'm not that confident about Axis moving on to the grand finals, but I think that's a different topic. But if you kind of
I
put that
feel
into
like-
conversation,
Yeah, because
Yeah.
end of the day, right? Because you still want to make do with the situation that you are still playing, you are still competing. And I know some teams they don't want to compete when they're already lost, but the fact that Axis is taking this as a learning curve moment is huge because technically scrims are already pretty hard to get, especially international scrims. And taking this as a situation where you can learn about the scrims as a tournament and getting real, I would say, information and value is a pretty good way of kind of taking the loss in a learning curve because end of the day, this is not going to be your only tournament this year.
oh yes, we will have a second half that will be happening at the second half of the year. So I think like what you said, right? It's all about gathering that experience. Players like Chichi, Baby, who I believe are first timers into a PMPL stage. So it's definitely what should we call it? It's a value. What's the right word again? It's a valuable experience. Yeah.
Yeah, the valuable experience. Because I mean, we did talk about like how some teams are struggling because they lack that competitive experience. I feel like Axis is definitely one of them. They played together, yeah, I understand, but they had new two pickups, which are probably players that the only experience they had are the local scrims. And scrims internationally and locally are very different. I think I remember at one point Malaysia was kind of struggling as they go toward the global side of the tournament because how Malaysia plays compared to Thailand, compared to Latin America, and even Brazil, even Middle East, can be vastly different because in Malaysia it's very aggressive, very fast. I would say that Indonesia is a lot more aggressive than Malaysia. But at the same time, Malaysia is understanding on how exactly to counter the Indonesian strat. But because it's possible for us to scrim against Indonesians and also Filipinos, yeah, you do get that. You do get to learn that particular situation, but you want to learn and scrim against players from maybe the Middle East. I think ping issues would be the biggest problem. And when you are flown out to maybe a tournament, and if you don't make it out on top, that experience of competing, the more you do it, the more you compete, the better you are going to be in the long run.
And I guess that's why some teams they do overseas boot camps. It's just for them to get that experience without worrying about ping issues and distance issues and whatever not, or time zone issues, whatever not.
Yeah.
So yeah, that can work as well. I think as part of the learning curve, some of these teams can consider that. But of course, there's a lot of things to consider as well, like considering the cost and all that. But if in preparation for a big tournament, why not?
Yeah, I know that some teams actually are flown out to different countries for boot camps, and I think it's a really good move by the organization. And I think that when esports teams really invest and spend the time to really give the players the infrastructure and the resources alongside the support, it really shows when it comes to tournaments. Regardless, we're seeing those early pickoffs come through. We were just literally talking about that earlier, about those early pickoffs. We don't see full out fights, but just pickoffs as people rotate out, as people move. And look at that, this is exactly what's happening. And it's gonna be Deje who took that first damage first, but Boy Sean throwing those shots. Huge to help the rotations and just kind of help them to kind of like meet up or rendezvous with the other members of the team. But Vipers are now in trouble. Rotates are going to be disrupted here. But thankfully, they are very, I would say, learned in the art of zigzag driving. Not speed though. His name is Speed, but he seems to be going down first. He's not fast enough.
Oh well. If only his name is able to help him out with that. Like, you know,
Maybe
get
can't
some
touch
speed.
this?
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
what if like his name is Vipers can't touch this?
Oh
And
yeah.
and he doesn't get touched at all by any bullets, imagine.
Wow. That's a big brain move. Maybe we
And then
should change.
my name should be changed to Can't Tash This. Get it? Can't
Oh, mic
right?
drop. Bada bing.
Yeah, speaking of bada bing, let me BG once again with the drama. Saw them the non-happy gamers, or rather neighbors at this point, but it's gonna be Sin as well on the other side. Teammates are here ready for the backup, but it looks like for the other two members of Sin, a really good, I would say, relocation or a reposition is gonna allow them to not only take up more space, run away safely if possible, because at the end of the day, tactical retreat is also one of the name of the game, but PBE, I don't think they've been having a good day today at all. As the rain that's taken up. Oh, Vipers, unfortunate as they run away from one team, get picked off by APG. Yikes.
But PBE not having a good time as well. They're currently on the other side of the circle, and one of the players down APG on the other hand, I'm really liking their spread though. High ground, compound, looking over their opponent, Vipers just below them. And now Viper is currently pinned down. But not only that, KE is around the corner too.
For Vipers, how many they lose? 2? Well, only 1. Not the worst way to go. We've seen teams actually get chicken dinners with only 3. But the circle, fairly central, shouldn't really be an issue. I think the biggest issue right now is the aggression as we rotate. And I think like we're starting to see a lot of teams really just go for it. You hear someone passing by, just straight up let it rip. And it's going to be KE now that might be giving a bit of a problem to Sin. But it'd be pretty cool if Sin managed to overcome this.
Ooh, yeah. And plus they came in from the lower ground. But KE doesn't seem to be ready for it. We can see that they're still positioning themselves. So Sin is collecting information. They're sending one player at the forefront, but not pushing just yet. Just getting to know where KE is currently positioned at. Davan now at the front. He'll be spotted out by his opponent soon if you don't be careful.
Cut the noise, and KE this time is taking a little bit more of a passive approach. I don't mind it. But now, they've heard the nades, but they have no clue where the other members of KE are. Pressure is up from the other 2 members, and I think this is huge. If the top manages to go for the flank from behind, could be the big play they needed to launch themselves forward. But Sin has been very consistent when it comes to having a good game sense and understanding the flanks. So it's almost been a flank on flank at certain situations.
Sin. Now let's see if their flanks are working out. They're putting pressure on the KE. We can see KE retreating. They're not interested to take this fight, and it's totally understandable. Because KE left the high ground, they move on to the lower ground, and now Sin has the upper hand.
Okay, WPM now. Federalis wants to do the big plays like he did a few days ago. Hasn't been able to get that chance just yet. But for now, the positioning has been pretty good. They do have a decent terrain to work with. FOD. It's going to be Joseph on the bottom side here. A tanky vehicle in front of them. But if, say, suddenly we saw what happened to WPM the other day, where they just made it rain in terms of those utils, might not bode very well with FOD. And what is that gun skin? I love it.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. Sparkly. I haven't seen this one before. This is I think this is kind of new if I'm not mistaken. Don't see that very often. It's common to see the M4 Ice. Oh, that I can't think about it. It's common to see the M4 Glacier once upon a time, but now I don't really see it anymore. Everyone's like using different skins, and I think that's the fun part about PUBG Mobile, because you have a variety of skins to choose with. Sometimes you don't know which one to choose. Maybe you go round by round, like changing them based on your mood.
Maybe. But very quiet about Axis now. I mean, I understand they're man down, but would really love to see this team just take a chance, you know, play a little bit more aggressive. And sometimes you see those situations where Axis kind of plays where it's in a way that's very, very aggressive. And in that note, just Sando going down, and I think Sando subbed out someone.
Okay. Gotta look back at the list just to confirm with who's that. But speaking about confirmation, YG is confirmed to be eliminated. No points in this round, number 16 for them. Fortunately,
Yep,
an early
there we go.
elimination for a team that had a lot of hope.
Yeah, but Holy Lanju as well is in trouble. This area that this circle is in is such a, I would say it's a tough area to work with, because it's the side of the circles are the terrains, and as people try to get inside of the circle and they then manage to take those areas, they're just getting picked off here. Oh my god, here you go, Virgil. Huge pick onto Boyshawn. Maybe this might be the saving grace for them. But for TX, we saw them get a reset there because of the quiet situations as well as the pressure onto Sin. They get the reset. They manage to spray out here. And for Sin, they're stuck. What are they gonna do? They're out of utilities. They're out of time, honestly, when you think about it. The circle is not in their favor, and if they want to push forward here, positioning is going to be very complicated. For the top here comes the smoke as well, just to give him a little bit of space. I think he's trying to go for a flank.
He's going in for it.
Go.
Only one left,
There
but
we
he's
go.
focusing on the one that's knocked. But his teammates there on the left. Davan can cover him up. Big,
Would be
kind of
great
caught
if
up.
they were to move together. Oh, the kill steal! Oh, thankfully. It's gonna be one each, but the kill steal by Aaron, naughty. but still effective.
Well, looks like it's a worthwhile move for them because they still have the circle, so that's kind of okay. But this time around, because the circle moves towards the left, do keep your eye on the bottom and do keep your eye on the left. We have G-Lab together with Osjar next to each other. And because they don't have the circle, 30 more seconds before the zone closes, we'll expect to see a fight there.
FBE today, they've had a very unlucky run. They've been getting picked off one by one, and in week 1 was Moxie's week, I feel. Really great saves, great clutches, and speaking of clutches, ooh, Ranzer nearly gets exploded. DZ with the aggressive push forward here, just trying to give the information to his friends. Astro playing the wrong range, not allowing that to happen, but Deja from the other end of another terrain knocks him down. Not the best situation as DZ trying to find that space here. Spoogle pushing through smoke. I have to say that this man is fearless. Gets one, traded back in return. Spoogle, now what are you gonna do here? Get the revives, what gonna do? Ranzer pushing up forward, trying to go for that save at the same time. No idea where everyone is. PBE out, but the aggressive angle
here we go.
from Ranzer. He gets the DPS, but the barbecue comes through. Not the best situation for Ostia. And Ostia, 13th place. Very, very not likely situation. Not guessed, actually. As finally BG find a 3-way fight with SP and FBE.
Oh, they need to reset quickly early on, but now we put focus on the flash vision against SP. BG! Burmese goals! It's going to be the third party. They're going to come in from behind. They could wipe the ball off. Flash vision, they need to reset quickly. Ranger is currently down. And now move at 1-8 to knock down 2 from Vipers.
Oh man, the Dragons are on fire right now. Literally barbecued. But for now, BG with the aggression, knowing that I have 2 more members of FSP to work with. May W with aggression, pushing up forward. It's going to be Edward with the kill. And SP immediately, or Panda rather, taken out. Moxie tries to make them space with the nades. They're pushing out here. Jigsaw gets Edward in return. Go! Gets the MH trying to make the pick. May W from the other side clears out the backside, finds flash vision. And now the other member is only Jigsaw. And it's actually so interesting because FBE had 2 members. Jigsaw finally goes down in the end. What on earth?
Yeah, it was just timing here by Burmese goals. They know exactly the right timing. The opponents were distracted with each other and they just come in and took advantage of that. Beautiful, beautiful timing there by BG. Now we saw a long range coming from Marcos, getting a knockdown onto Mix. Mix out in the open. His teammates nowhere to be found and he might be taken out.
SKR, you remember in the previous run, or at the last map rather, they didn't get any points. And this might be a revenge arc for them, or a redemption arc rather, as they move into the second week. You want to get all those bonuses if possible. SKR with the aggression. Migs will be taken out. That's huge here. SKR already on the aggression. And this time they're taking the snakes up to the challenge with Migs out of the way. It's still a man advantage in their favor. T14K in particular has been pretty huge in terms of his rotation, his timing, and as the circle starts to move toward the middle, APG is with the with the advantage. Now back to SKR here. Marcus gonna push up forward as his teammate goes down here. Gonna give more pressure to come through, but the one that's gonna steal Yahiko away is a third party. It's gonna be Joseph with the aggression through the smokes here. Everyone's just spraying and praying here, but does not realize WPM is still very dangerous. Playing in from the side of the area, the terrain. But look at that, Joseph putting in the hurt, steals Marcus away, but Raleigh is so very low. Still aggresses forward. Eliminated, finds the limits in the pocket. But WPM, despite being low HP, still moving forward for the count. What?
Well, they have another heavyweight to deal with after this. And it's going to be FOD, but you got to give it to WPM. They already got like, okay, they only got like 1 elimination point so far, but they managed to survive as of now, even though in that tough situation. But now it's going to be even tougher as FOD has the compound. They also have the circle. So WPM, are they going to go forward or are they going to circle around? They still have space to play with though.
Yeah, can just buy some time. Still for WPM, 1 man down. And I was just talking about Migs going first, and this seems to be a tale as time for them. But because they're just gonna play a little bit safe this time, wow, the top. What a shot from the side there, but then Deja Vipers taking 1 out for the team as well. Vipers out, 8th place, 3 elims.
Ooh, long range pressure coming in from the other side. It's going to be BG putting pressure on the G-Lab. But wait a second, KE right from behind. They could steal all these knockdowns away from Burmese goals. My goodness, but APG has an idea of its own. They want to steal it away too. KE, they can't move further forward. They're still on the outside of the circle. G-Lab! Shot from behind!
Oh man, APG on fire. They have all the terrain advantage for this particular circle here, and everyone is having so much trouble trying to get inside. Kaya finally stops the rampage from Chia. That's a beautiful and nasty angle to work with. Now the other two members of APG are going to go and push forward, here, putting in that pressure, not allowing them to even go. Look at the double swing coming through, and that is what we call discipline as we move down to our final 5-man members. Joseph, still very much healthy if you remember from FOD, and he has been putting a lot of pressure, stealing some kills in return. He is a man that just refuses to go down without a fight, and it's gonna be one person taken down there. Nearly takes out themselves. The Kid and Amura both trading each other out, and both have to reset.
Oh, that was so close there. APG, I'm liking what they're doing right now, but now we move forward to West Point Mamba. Only one player from FOD in this compound. Should be an easy flush for them unless Cuts can pull off a clutch. And now with the UMP in hand, he'll start the fire, but it's just too much for him to handle.
Yeah, it's gonna be huge. Regardless, for APG, they do get the pick onto the Burmese ghouls. But you can see the reset. There we go. Already going down. One team eliminated. But for Burmese ghouls, getting that reset is gonna be very important to them. They need this value in terms of firepower and in numbers. Regardless, we do hear those shots come through here as WPM puts their mind onto the members of TX. The circle not in their favor, so they have to take the fight against those on the high ground if they want safe passage to move forward. And now as the circle goes toward the bottom side here, TX as well, they have to go toward the bottom side, and on top of that, it's a terrain moving, sloping downwards. This is where a lot of people get picked off.
Oh yeah, this will be very dangerous because just look at how open this circle is, right? Like, nope, it's so open that nobody plays in the middle. Everyone's playing by the side. Because if you're not going, it's not only that you're in an open position, you'll be surrounded by all those high grounds that already has teams.
Reposition's gonna be huge here as APG still maintaining that dominance onto that terrain. Stopping at least 2 to 3 teams moving forward as TX puts in that pressure onto WPM. You see the movement there, but Federal is the only one in that vehicle. You see a pick onto Michi as well. Sonic with the aggressive sprays come out at the same time. WPM has their sights onto TX. Look at BG quickly getting into the side of the circle. They want to take this fight to APG. The Kid run over here, in trouble. Has to go for a reset. Power on the outside here. Cooks that nade through and through, but changes his mind. Here comes Power. Finds one. Beautifully done. And now for BG, I know that MH is coming in from the other side for that huge flank. Mayw gonna abandon the rest of his teammates, playing inside of circle instead. Amura with the resets, huge right now as the other members go down. TX down for 2, and WPM surprisingly, despite not having the advantage, they're still surviving, and that nade is not gonna be hitting them.
Oh, Aaron tossing another nade, but that nade should not land. Looks like it's a little bit off. West Point Mamba still survives, live to tell the tale another day. TX keeping eye on another angle. Sonic especially, he knows that Federalis is there, but can't find a good angle to shoot him just yet.
Here we go. This BG still with the man advantage, gets that reset. They have a lot of utilities to work with, a lot of health kits to play it safe if they want to get that resets, but it's gonna be this compound that's gonna take, and the fact that they put Mayw in the middle is big. Now Michi eats that nade. Now they're just gonna go for the tactical retreat again to go for that reset. And this is huge because this will kind of dictate the momentum they want to go. And this is the momentum killer, honestly. We talk about momentum killers, and them not being able to get a circle has been one of the biggest, I would say, trials WPM has. If they have early access into the circle, it might be a whole different story, but Sonic in trouble, gets picked off here, and suddenly it's just falling apart for TX. One person left alive just yet, but look at the pressure BG's having. MH rushing forward. They don't wait to get to you. Sorry, they don't get for you to get to them. They go to you, and they and the hurt. Proactive plays coming through. Michi is down. Last 2 members alive as the pressure comes out here, and winner chicken get dinner for the Burmese goals, and they're showing them that they, being proactive, can come up on top.
Winner chicken dinner. Burmese goals. Very aggressive gameplay for them. But not only that, if you can't think about it, West Point Mamba, not too bad as well with the second place finish. But let's celebrate Burmese goals as the winner chicken dinners on match number 4 in Myanmar.
Yeah, and I think that this is honestly the Burmese goals, I would say, the ideal meta and speed for them. If we remembered that for a long time, according to Choo Choo, they seem to be struggling with the previous way of the matches or the formats. And I feel like this is something that's a little bit more loose for them, allows them to really play to their strengths. And I'm really liking the fact that they're finally, after all this time, they find a way to really kick it up a notch for the team.
Yeah, they managed to find something. They managed to just turn it up, right? So Burmese goals, they've always been that team that's like almost there but not there. But finally, this chicken dinner well deserved for Burmese goals, and of course we also have to celebrate the fact that MH got the MVP. I don't think it's that often that Burmese goals gets the chicken dinner. Gotta double check my facts. This is only the second chicken dinner in week number 2 for them.
Yep, it is. And I think that for MH, it's actually really interesting when you look at MH right now. And I felt like for the beginning of last week, MH seems to be struggling to keep up with the rest of his team. It felt like that in the beginning of the week. But look at today, with 8 kills, it's really showing that whatever that he's learned from the beginning of the week is starting to really, really pay off in his favor. And look at this, if you look at in terms of how all these teams have been playing, I think that it's been fairly, I would say, what's the word for that? Very level across the board for all of them. Because at the end of the day, when you come to that last circle, it's about which team gets into the circle first. Which team has been faster to be getting that, I would say, the compound. And for BG, you saw that how fast they put May H to run into the middle circle, grab that compound, as the other 3 members of the team took that fight toward the end. And as soon as TX went down, they rotated into circle, held that area, and then they realized that WPM was not coming to them and decided, you know what, we have the man advantage, let's gamble this, let's go up the terrain, push out toward them, because we know that it's going to be a downward slope, and just completely obliterate them. Look exactly how they played this. Beautifully done.
Beautiful indeed, very well deserved. And these are the points from that round. So Burmese goes with 27.17 eliminations. It's a big number. It's not a record-breaking number, but it's still fairly big. But what I find interesting here, Tash, is that we have 5 teams without points at all. I think this is equivalent to one of the highest rounds with teams without points, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. When you look at that, is the fact that we're talking about eliminations here, right? 17 in the hands of BG. Then you have 9 for KE, and the rest is like 4, 5. It's like big numbers when you think about it, because it's not like the usual 2 and 1s that you get at the bottom side here. These are just like teams getting hit in from different sides, getting picked off one by one. And that's the problem when you lose your team member early, is that you're not going to get a lot of points as you move toward the end, because you're getting picked up left, right, and center. And I think this is a very interesting development when you think about it in terms of what exactly these teams are doing as they move on toward the big leagues. Regardless, WPM still maintaining a healthy lead above the rest despite not getting that chicken dinner they wanted with 154. It's a 20-point lead actually above BG, who has seemed to have skyrocketed all the way up to second place.
But check out page number 2. We have some movement here. So SKR went up to number 13. But we have Enigma going down, TX going up. I think this is a fairly good round here for TX. But
it is.
Yeah,
it is.
it
We
is.
talked about it, right? We were really worried for TX. We were just saying like how TX hasn't been able to put that pressure in. They've been really unlucky with their positionings, how they play. And it looks like it's starting to work out in their favor. And I remembered one of their best rounds last week as well was in Myanmar, where they managed to get high ground and they did this long range sort of strat where all they did was just play, as everyone had to go up their terrain for the circle. All they had to do was just kind of snipe them as they move forward. And honestly, it's been working out so well. I think that this is the reason why they really, really, I would say, excel in this map, because it works out in the way that they've always played. Because if you remember just now, the way they played, it was very similar to that. It's that high ground advantage, if you remember it.
Yeah, absolutely. But anyway, so yep. After this, we'll be taking a short break before we go into our final game. So I think some of the teams will be looking forward to this break as well. And after this, it will be. Oh, actually, some of the teams, they already will be in the final round for the day, and they're done with. And speaking of a break, here it is. We'll see you after this break.
Hello everyone and welcome back. This is the PMPL Wildcard SEA Spring 2023. I'm Tashbert alongside Sir Cloud, and today we are on the second last day before we move on to the final week of this tournament, where the pacing and the aggression is coming through and the teams on top are starting to see the real fangs of the teams at the bottom come out.
Yeah, so it's also nice to see like not your regular teams getting the chicken dinner. So we got like TX today, we got like Burmese Goals, we got like APG. So these kind of teams actually showing up. That's nice. But you know what else is nice to show up as well? Is the Neon Assassin's Power, the new Power 4 series that's currently available in game.
Neon Assassin's Power series is honestly really cool and worth getting and adding to your collections. And honestly, for me, I get really bored after using one skin for a long time. It's really cool to have all the best ones in my locker. On top of that, we also have another bundle we can show you guys as well. And this is one of the cooler ones, which is the Silver Guru set. I think that this is also something that's really nice. I really love the particles as well as the Chinese elements. I believe that's Chinese, right? I'm sorry if I am not understanding of the language, but the Silver Guru set is available to get right now on the store.
I'm trying to figure that out as well. Is that? I think so. I think it is. But it's definitely Oriental. Okay, so the word Oriental doesn't go wrong here. And of course, the M4. That is one of the famous weapons in the game. Is upgradable, so do get that and upgrade at the same time. You don't want to miss out on it. And the new Royal Pass is currently available now too. So if you ever check it out inside the game, where have you guys been? As usual, every Royal Pass comes with a lot of goodies in it. Like now we can see there's a full suit set, there is the mask, there is weapon skin, there is
what's
nade
the
skin.
Telescopic fist? Oh, it's the DBS skin. You need to get that.
Oh yeah.
You need to.
Just
Everyone
because.
has a DBS. You need a skin for it.
Oh yes, you cannot go bare with a DBS, right?
Exactly. And speaking of going bare, don't go bare and get yourself the Bruce Lee X PUBG Mobile bundle now available. And have faith in yourself. #D. But anyways, coming back, everyone loves Bruce Lee. You can't ever go wrong with a Bruce Lee skin.
Oh, and everyone would love this skin as well. It's a Terrafang skin for your Car 98K, and this is limited on sale currently. Do check it out inside the game. Like how I like how you describe the skin. You mentioned it as kind of like magma-ish, and yeah, you kind of look at it, it's kind of magma-ish. I haven't really seen the skin like in action, so I wonder if it glows.
I can already imagine. Yeah, I think it glows. You can already kind of see it here, and I think there's going to be a little bit of a particle effect as well. But I think what's really cool about this, it kind of reminds me of like, have you watched Fantastic Four?
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the villains are looking like the magma thing. But anyways,
oh, okay.
Yeah, it looks cool, right? It was very nostalgic if you remember, because I haven't talked about Fantastic Four in years. But anyways, do follow us on all our socials here for the PUBG Mobile, either your YouTube or your TikTok. This is where you can watch our latest live streams, content, and even player interviews for you to find out more about your player. Because remember, I interviewed Zero before, and I know exactly his favorite food and what he eats for lunch and dinner.
Yeah, and you know what kind of food? If he eats, he will perform. And if he doesn't eat that, he doesn't perform.
It's a certain amount of, it's a certain meal as well, you know. So I need to ask them, like one day, like fingers crossed, I get to cast for the next league. And if APG still performs this way, I want to ask them, hey, do you remember on the 25th of February 2023, you managed to get chicken dinner on map 2, which is on Erangel? What did you guys eat there?
I wonder if we'll get the same answer. Now I'm curious. Hopefully we get some interviews in the future with these teams that we don't usually get to talk with. Yeah, that would be pretty interesting. But after this, it's going to be interesting as well because Group E is going to take a break for the rest of the day. So we're going to give focus onto Group A, B, C, D. So that means we'll say thank you to Group E, KE, Austria Esports, DX, and PBE for playing today. We'll be seeing them again tomorrow for the wrap-up of the week, and we'll find out who is going to be the top 16 into the grand finals. But speaking about teams, predictions. Tell me about yours.
I mean, the Axis one is I'm not gonna lie, it's a copium pick. It's honestly because it felt like since today is the final match, like this is the final match of the day, and since they are gonna be playing, I was sort of expecting them to really go all out in this particular match. So that's why I picked Axis Esports. But the rest, I mean, it speaks for itself. But honestly, now that I think about it, like for Group E, right, it must be very frustrating for PBE, honestly, because they didn't really perform as well as they did yesterday. And I think for them, like running out of maps this early can be pretty heartbreaking, honestly. At least for today.
Yeah, today is not really the day. Not gonna lie about that. I wish H2O would have done better as well. That's why they are in my prediction.
I was really disappointed as well that the final member blew themselves up. I understand it's very early, but like the idea in a tournament is that you want to try, right? So I was kind of hoping that the final member would at least go in with a fight. So yeah, that was also kind of disappointing for me as well. But yeah, there's a lot of disappointments today, but there's still one more tomorrow. So I'm really curious to see how exactly each team will be resetting their mind moving forward. And I have a lot of expectations for H2O, for Axis as well, coming forward. And Enigma too, because we've seen Enigma's potential. And I'm really glad that you decided to pick him.
Oh yeah, so we have very different picks, and I think this is also our wish for the teams to do well.
I feel like your predictions are more wishes, and my predictions are more of like expectations, as well as a sort of like, it's sort of like I'm sort of mentally deciphering what you might do. And that's exactly what I kind of like expected from Axis. And so far, this sort of like thinking has been kind of helping me with my predictions. Maybe I should become an esports analyst. Hey, anyone out there want to pick me up? I'm just kidding. No. I like analyzing things, but like I don't think I'm at the point where I'm ready to talk about like how exactly I want my players to be moving around. Nah.
It's a very interesting role.
It's very different, right? Like I don't think people talk about this enough, about like how, you know, sometimes people think like, oh, if you're an analyst, then you really understand how the game works, so you should be picked up for our esports team. Like I'm like, no, it's very different how we view the game from a caster and an analyst point of view than an esports coach / analyst point of view. Because when you esports coach and analyst point of view, you are technically solving the problems that are happening. Like for me, I'm just looking at the game and trying to tell you what exactly happened and what was the mistake. That is all I do. So there's a limitation there from an esports analyst coach to a caster / analyst. And I really give a lot of props to the coaches and the analysts, because I feel like they don't get talked about more.
Yeah, well, on top of that as well, there's being an analyst or a coach, there's a lot of expectation from the fans and the management as well. So if the team performs, of course, that's the fun part. But if the team doesn't perform, which is majority of the case, because there can only be
only one winner.
There can only be one winner, yeah. So can you imagine the amount of pressure that those kind of roles need to go through? Some of them just don't sleep at night. I'm speaking from experience. So,
wow.
Yeah, just trying to figure out stuff.
And I think like it's also very interesting. Like I think from previous experience, the only team that really highlighted their coach / analysts has been, I think it was Geek Fam, and then you have Team Secret, and I believe it was, what's the name? For Rivals. Before that, I think for a lot of the majority of the time, whenever the spotlight moments happen, it's always been their players pushed forward, the players with the biggest fans, right? And I feel like more should be done for them. Same goes for the OB, for production, right? Like, do you know how hard it is being an observer? It is tough. But speaking about tough, this match, this last one for tonight, Myanmar, will it be hard or will it be easy? Let's have a look.
And here we go, the final game for day number 4 is going to happen in Myanmar. And this also happens to be the final game for Tash's PMPL Wildcard run this season.
It's been a good 6 days, my friends.
Yeah, it's been fun, Tash. Not gonna lie about that.
Yeah, I think like out of my experience in this tournament, this is the most that I have learned and analyzed as I come into a game. I feel like usually when I'm casting, I'm usually just like kind of speaking about what's on the screen, but I don't know why I started getting really excited about stats, about movement, about shots, and I feel like being able to talk about it with you has been such a pleasure.
Oh, likewise as well. But of course, don't make it sound like we're not gonna cast together again.
Before
Tash.
things get too heated, I must say goodbye first.
Oh.
Wow, actually we have a team dropping all the way down south there onto Minas del Sur. I don't think I've seen SP drop here before.
Yeah, in fact, to the best of my memory, I don't think there have been any team that dropped in there so far. But very interesting. Okay, keep your eye on to Panda. Panda is very close with another player from Vipers. I think they're just next to each other. I think that Vipers might be going in for a vehicle, but they might bump into Panda. But speaking about bumping into each other, H2O again. But now we're looking at number 19 and number 20 going against each other.
I mean, that early pick by Axis, huge. And Nasty doesn't waste any time taking him out of the way. I think it's big that he does that because at the end of the day, sometimes like I notice that Axis do try to bait another team's members, correct? But it feels like because they don't have a lot of control in that area, they end up getting overwhelmed. So the fact that they're not wasting time and baiting shows that they're understanding what they are able to do and what they're not able to do. And also making sure that they can secure the point as well because they understand the dire or the severity of the situation they're in right now.
Yeah, the fact that both teams drop into Picado, it gives me the impression of like they are just having the mentality of nothing to lose. Because to drop into Picado, you have to. It's like dropping into boot camp. It's like dropping into Pachinki. It's like in the middle of the map, that big city, and you would expect other teams to be there. So for you to be brave enough to do that, you have to have some level of mentality of like, okay, we have nothing to lose. Let's just do it.
He has the silver guru set.
Ah.
Did you see that?
Oh, I missed that.
Oh man. But anyways, coming back to your point, yeah, it also does makes sense because when you think about it, you know, like sometimes you as a normal or a new player, you think like, oh, the best place to drop is Los Leones, right? And you need to go to that area with the idea that there's going to be so many people there's so many little angles to worry about. So how exactly are you going to approach this? I mean, if you're in your solo rank game, that's fine. But when you're in a tournament, these little corners can mean life or death because we've seen the situations where someone didn't watch one single corner. They checked the rest, but just one corner, and suddenly everything just falls apart. So this is where people don't really want to have that urban warfare. They don't really want to drop inside of these buildings so early.
Yeah, it's very tricky to play if you have another team because you don't know where they're looking at exactly.
And movement is important too, right? Especially how you navigate with your teammate. Because if you're alone, the jump shots, oof, with the DBS, oof.
Oh, you can see that again.
Dramatic, you know?
Yeah.
You had to make it like 10 times dramatic.
Yeah, I mean, it is Tash, so gotta understand that.
Listen, it's my final cast for the night. I have to go out with a bang, you know? Make it as dramatic as possible.
Well, you are already dramatic by yourself. What are you talking about?
That's actually true. Like, it's crazy. But anyways, coming back to the game here. If you look at how BG played, they have been dropping in this area quite a lot. And you have to understand why as well. Because if you see that area with the construction, you notice that one player will go all the way to top and go for these long-range kills. And on top of that, gives so much information to their team. It's actually quite, commendable. Because it's such a very proactive situation is one. And number two, it's a high risk as well if you think about it. Because if your team is all the way up on top and you're so separated like that, it's going to be hard to pick you up.
Yeah, it is. And if you got knocked, like, there's no way for you to just drop down and be safe. If you drop down, you'll be immediately eliminated. So.
Oh, what? You don't get knocked. You just immediately go.
Yeah, you just immediately go. So.
Oh my god, I didn't even know that.
Yeah, but if
all
that's
this time when I've been playing rank and climbing up there, I could have died.
Okay, so I will a little bit of a correction there. So if you are knocked. And you just you like choose to like crawl and then you fall down and then that's where you go.
Yeah, because it's the damage. The fall damage is very high the taller you are anyway. So
correct.
It does make sense. But yeah, I thought like I could have died as soon as I go down. And I was like, wow, that's sad. But technically, if you are up there alone and you are getting shot at from somewhere else and you drop down and get knocked and then your teammate was around, I think that's a smart move.
Yeah, that's like a big brain move, I would say, because normally people would try to like fall back and try to find cover, try to reset by themselves. But if they were to do that, like, okay, I have only like 10% of health left, and I just choose to drop, at least someone can pick me up from the ground floor.
Oh, look at this huge rotate, or rather a flank come through, but the shots come out. But H2O a little bit smarter, leaving the compound instead. They have no clue where they are, and exactly what I was talking about, right? Urban warfare is pretty annoying, but Axis playing together is huge. 3 on the inside and 1 on the outside. As Nasty pushes out here through the smoke, it's going to give a lot of value, at least for them. But I'm really worried right now because they're playing so close to each other. And 1 DBS can hit twice. One can hit 2 people, especially if they're close by. Regardless of mouth. They didn't see him outside.
Oh, yeah. They didn't see him. They didn't know he's there.
Oh, man, that's sneaky.
Okay, but Nasty is going to play this nastily. But the good thing is that Chico moved away. So whatever nade that Nasty has thrown will not connect. Or maybe it did. Wow, that's kind of like a big brain play there by Nasty.
Yeah, the sprays come out here, but no one finds anything. Virgil just moving out of the way, out of the peripheral side. Chico does get stolen away. It's gonna be Johns with the kill. That's unfortunate because for Axis, it feels like the biggest problem here is just not finishing their food.
Okay, that's what Mom always say, finish your food. But
Yeah.
looks like they will
That's a
be
very nasty
finishing.
angle.
Yes, it's like from the hill if I'm not mistaken. Now
That's
H2O is left with Mao, 40% health. Not looking good for H2O. They will be the first team to go out for sure.
Oh, they're running for their life, fighting in the team chat right now. I think his teammates just like yelling like, run, run, run! And again, stolen away from FOD. Oh man, and I don't. The thing is like, for Axis, the understanding that if you saw someone already picked up from a long ways away, means that someone's gonna steal your kill. I think that you should be more alert and also a lot more aggressive in finishing that off and not letting them secure it, because it's not just 2, it's 3 in total that was taken away from their hands, and Miles out of the way, and Axis got only 1 point.
Yes, and that could be the start of their climb to go up above H2O. Considering that H2O is out again, so this is another opportunity for Axis to not be at number 20 by the end of the day.
Yeah. FOD, this is a very nice terrain they've worked with, and I think that when you in this part of the competition, it feels like for today a lot of eyes are moving toward where your skirmishes are, where your fights are, and in a lot of situations I haven't seen a single fight where we didn't have a third party around. There's always going to be one close by, and the circle going to pull up toward what is that, Montenevo?
Yeah, Montenuevo.
Montenuevo.
Yep.
Yeah, and this area, I would say, it's not like the most dramatic when it comes to really high terrain, so it's not going to be the worst. But there are some compounds they can fight for. There are a little bit of, I would say, hills they can play around as well as cover. So it depends on whether or not you want to play. Because personally, for me, I think that the crossroads there is really good because it does have like a little bit of a terrain, and also it catches anyone kind of driving through in such the best way possible.
Yeah, those are pretty nice, especially if you're like at this stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 circle whereby a lot of people are still migrating and there's a lot of movement, and while people move, if you're at the right place at the right time, you could get free eliminations.
Oh yeah, it's been good for that. But we can talk about Sin. I think like Sin is such an interesting team. They are a team that's very aggressive. You look at the KDs, it's huge. You can see it come through, but they're not as flashy as our top 3, right? But if you see them in terms of points, very consistent. You can see them in terms of placement, very consistent as well. And I'm wondering, like, how exactly are you doing this without being... It's like PBE, right? But the thing is, PBE still catches our attention whenever they go aggressive, especially Monboy. It's been huge. But for Sin, it's like, we don't really have like a super aggressive, like, hero play coming through from them. But they still manage to go out, even though it's early, with a handful of kills in their hands.
Yeah, I think they're like, now that you mention it, they're kind of like that unsung team. Like,
Right?
people don't really talk about them just because they are somewhere in the middle. But let's also remember that it's not only about this week. What matters is the grand finals, and even if you're champions of like week 1 or week 2, people don't really talk about it once we've crowned the grand final champions.
Yeah, speaking of crown, it's gonna be Dragon popped the head off, and BG coming in, giving FOD a taste of their own medicine, honestly, when you think about it. So exactly they gave toward Axis as well as H2O earlier. But for SKR, I think that this might be their aggressive era. I don't know, I have high hopes for them. It feels like they want to end the night with a bang if possible. Now, G-Lab just now, they were the kings of this hill. They were going for those long-range fights. They were getting those pickoffs. But if the circle were suddenly to shift, or if someone would just immediately take up that space with a vehicle up on top, that might spell trouble because it doesn't seem like they have a vehicle nearby, do they?
They should have. But in this kind of situation, normally the vehicle is like tucked into one of those corners or
Oh
away
yeah.
from sight.
So they doesn't get exploded. That's
Correct.
exactly what it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. So now G Lab, they have the high ground though. But what's going to be important is like it's where the circle is at right now, because I noticed that circle shift. Obviously, that Vipers is not in it, and the circle went down south.
South.
Interesting. It went up north a little bit, and now it's down south.
It's like still the circle gods are saying. It's the final match of the day, and Tash, what a drama. Here's some drama. Let's go up and then all the way down. And look at the quick rotations coming through at the same time. Some of them are actually outside the circle. You can see like what, 4 teams? Still outside? 3 actually, if you think about it. And these teams are going to quickly be rotating because of these hard shifts. It's not going to allow teams to get inside the circle easily. So you see a lot of hard rotations come through. And some teams actually are at the point where if they rotate, they pass by each other, they don't shoot at each other because they just want to quickly secure the area instead of going for these very prolonged fights that might cause them to be caught out outside the zone eventually. But here's Moxie, aware of Sin. We're just talking about them. And look at that. That's really good trigger discipline. He spotted that car. Immediately, he suspects someone is there. He holds the area. Chewy hasn't been really having like the best of days today. He's always the first one out and caught out, if you remember. Always the last person left behind at the same time. GE as well, not their best day. We are not able to see them pop off or get that firepower because we see them getting knocked out from so many different areas, and Vipers, as usual, again, we saw the first pick off there to one player, and now the second one comes through. Deja in trouble. His teammates are going to choose to leave him behind. Deja already knocked down. I think for YG, it's going to quickly just take him out of the way, and I think that no one is risking at all any situation where you get to steal points.
And speaking about stealing points, Vipers points being stolen away. They've been eliminated without any point this round. Putting focus now onto GE versus Falcon. The nade onto D2Y will not connect. Andrew with his own nade as well, tossing onto the other side. Another nade by Master Ichi. Not going to cut it as well. But at the same time, Sin might lose one member.
Yeah, man, unfortunate for them, but they're still able to get chicken dinners with just 3 before. But this is a very, very scary terrain that Afcon is working with. It's going to be challenged by GE. They want it, and they want to have it. Immediately blow up onto Goblin. Takes out half their HP. As you move toward Enigma here, Enigma not taking a fight, but because they hear the sounds of the fight at the very bottom side there, they want to see if they get a party. And I think for Enigma today, they've been the person who's been receiving team after team trying to third party all their fights. And this time, they've had enough. This is their third party era.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's their turn now. And just look at their position. The high ground, they have visual. Falcon goes down, and that's by Spooky. But they have yet to secure their elimination point. But it's not only onto Falcon, onto GE as well.
Yeah. So many teams that they can just dunk on from that high ground area. But we've seen situations where even though they had the wind conditions, the high ground, we see teams actually challenging and coming up on top. And that's insane accuracy coming through here as Smile gets blown up there. Koopa, huge, finds 2 players, 3 players from GE, make it 4. And immediately 14th place for them. Was not expecting this outcome, but I love it.
Totally love it. And now with the circle moved away, that outcome might have an ending because these teams might need to eliminate each other. And considering again, like what we talk about, the theory of like the second last day, these teams are feeling like, okay, we'll just go all out, nothing to lose. And Andrew's trying to get spooked out. 60% health, still alive, but his rest of his teammates is still around. So Falcon need to be careful. They are still a full squad. They still have the potential of securing this chicken dinner.
Andrew never fails to amaze me with his long-range kills and really good recoil control. That was a very nasty low ground to high ground shot that he managed to hit. Those are micro shots if you think about it. Regardless, Goblin, huge, finds caps. Can he make it 2? Koopa barely survives by the skin of his teeth, but Andrew was waiting in the other corner here. He's gonna go on a hunting spree. Unfortunately, none of his shots are gonna be hitting this time. A good reposition from him as the other 2 members from his team is gonna be chasing. QB immediately knocked at the same time. This is not a good time right now for Enigma. Looked huge when it comes to third party, but in this situation, and you get third partied yourself, not the best time, and I think it's one member of Enigma managed to get out on top. Spooky goes down. It's gonna be Sin that is gonna be ending him.
Ooh, and there goes GE, unfortunately out fairly early in this round. Considering that Myanmar is one of their favorite maps based on the statistics, but now they are out. Thanks to teams starting to be a little bit more aggressive. I guess they weren't prepared for this.
Wow, look at Axis really taking this fight. One knock onto Rangers, huge coming through here. Axis, despite not having 3 members, there's a different side here taking this fight as the other members of FVE going in for aggression. Rahul just trying to give some space. Not sure where the other members of Axis are. We've seen a 1v3 happen before with Nasty and Amir. Nasty's so very low. Him and Nasty just separated by a wall. And the problem is, when there's so much smokes here, you don't know where to go. A little bit of a back and forth here between him and his teammates. But no movement for Amir. That spray at least alerts them where exactly he is. But Nasty has a nice little cross coming through here. He can play Crow as cross. So if Amir is able to distract them, Nasty comes out with the sprays. It might work out in their favor. But let's see how this story goes.
Okay, let's go. They're starting to move in. They know that they need to finish this quickly because they might not get the next phase of the circle. Amir resetting himself, preparing with the UMP. Nasty as well, doing the same thing. Now with an M4. At the same time, they are boosting themselves up. FVE on the outside, not a good idea as they could be shot on from the other side.
Yeah, it's still very quiet. Just taking their time there. And that Molly will just flush him out. But no movement from Nasty at all. He is just going to wait and see. That's really good discipline coming through here. And look at that, no movement at all. And FVE are just like playing Ring on Rosie. Where are they? I can't find them. Smokes are out. And these smokes are actually set down by them.
Okay, this could be it!
Find it! What a good angle! He definitely excels in geography. And that Molly will just kind of like at least flush him out from his little corner. He's playing a very close angle, comes in through, puts in the damage. Amir with the reposition. We've seen a 1v3 from this man. I don't think he'll be able to save his teammates. Immediately takes him out. Amir hasn't moved yet. Does the sprays. Has to reload. 35 again in the clip. Has to be careful. Him playing with his teammates. FVE playing with his teammates, not allowing him that much space to
Amir!
Here comes one. He knocks one. Can he make it 2 is the question. A second way to happen. His teammate trying to feed in as much information as possible. Better go for a reposition. Amir needs to stop the revive. Stops it. And has to find a different angle to work with. And the run and gun for both these players.
No!
FVE so very low. But Axis comes out on top. Gets both. As Amir once again with the miracle play.
Finally, that fight ended. It took almost forever for it to end. And just in time, in fact, because Circle's starting to close. But now West Point Mamba is moving in. Only 1 elimination point so far, but there's still many bodies for them to pick up points from. SKR on the other side, still on the outside of the circle. They need to move in, but they need to deal with West Point Mamba, who has the high ground.
Quiet this round. I understand that it's possibly because in the last round they've tried to play aggressive and they were severely punished for it. And understanding that every round, or at least the what's the word? You know what? The repercussions of your actions and learning from it is huge. Regardless for WPM. Oh wow! Imagine getting a drop right in front of your face, like Christmas.
Yeah, that's like really, really lucky of them. But unlucky for Falcon. Number level 4 elimination points this time around. And we still have West Point Mamba though. They are at the top of the leaderboard now. And let's remember, yesterday they pulled off an insane chicken dinner. They seem to be still on track for it.
Still waiting. FOD has been huge. They managed to get 2 steals just now from Axis. Sorry, 3 I think it was. As for Axis, I think they managed to make up for lost time. They got 4 in the bag. And unfortunately not enough to take out H2O. Maybe they'll come up on top. Maybe Amir will be able to do a miracle move and then like take 15th place. Who knows, right? But for APG, they haven't left the area just yet. The idea that WPM and SP is around and they are respecting that space. But for FOD, G-Lab knows where they are, but they haven't moved at all. And Joseph playing the aggressive game. Man just walked out. He didn't even check. That's scary.
Oh, gotta always check, ladies and gentlemen. Now BG back on the lower ground is our view. They are on the other side of the road though. But it seems to be a 50-50 circle. They could still have some amount of road to play with on the other side. So They don't necessarily need to cross it, but we'll know exactly what will it be in about 5 more seconds. Now, Burmese goes keeping eye onto a lot of teams on the other side. That's like, what, 3 teams at least?
Oh, wow, APG. This is the best day of your life.
Wow.
Not only they
Airdrop.
get lucky with the airdrop, they also have all the space and the compound as well. Huge.
Huge. Lady Luck must be smiling upon them for them to get that. But now, not so lucky for G-Lab as they try to find a way to the circle. Dragon.
Oh man, that's unfortunate for them. That in the middle of that rotate. It's exactly what I was talking about earlier, right? About how aware everyone is of your positioning and your rotation. It's actually insane at how strong their game sense are. And it felt that they were holding on to this area for so long from FOD, and it just took 1 nade to eliminate them.
Oh, and check this out, Tash. Amir doesn't have vehicles. All his vehicles blown up. Oh no.
Wow, here comes Newbie with the aggression. Finds Vic, unfortunately does not get the knock. Vic just dancing for his life right now. Ta-ta-ta, cha-cha-cha, no knock. Probably very frustrating for Newbie when you think about it. But then again, his gun is not made for long range. His shot's probably not hitting due to the bullet drops. Besides that, Moy in trouble. Sin coming and just knocked down by 2 different teams, honestly. It's a nice angle or terrain they got, but if everyone is moving forward, that is the problem here. Getting caught in the middle of that rotation. Now for SP, I think they actually are respecting Michi, or rather WPM, to take a fight, but YG, they don't care. They want to end the night with a bang and immediately gonna take this fight to WPM here. Michi in trouble. Almas now gonna be the next one knocked down. No pickups just yet, but we see Amir. Huge pick onto May W from BG.
Oh, Loki going in together with Sando at the forefront. Federales tries to defense position, but the road rage will come in. Federales down, but the name will take down Loki as well. Looks like West Point Mamba has been eliminated at the same time somewhere else with 3 elimination points. APG gonna take advantage of this. They still have the compound, and they have a good view of so many teams around them.
Dang, for BG, this is still one of their best rounds regardless. So Axis, look at Amir just making those big plays. We've seen this before. Before he went down, he managed to get, what, 3 to 4 picks, and he's still making quick work of some of the players. I'm not sure if BG managed to get the pickup. Oh, they did. They managed to get a reset. Regardless, for the kid, eyes on to YG. Ultimately, YG taking that fight to WPM is huge. Not the ending that WPM wanted, but they still end up with 3. But now back to the YG. Even though they got picked up here, they weren't able to get that reset just yet, because look at how much pressure APG has been putting onto them. And on top of that, despite that pressure they put onto it as one of the strongest teams in this tournament, they still have enough power, enough eyes looking into the other members of SP. They are very, very aware of where every single fight has been, where every team might be. And for now, Sin, we were just talking about them. 8th place, 3 eliminations. Pretty decent.
Okay. This is the moment of truth, Tash. So the circle might still be given to APG, and yes it will! APG with the airdrop, with the circle. Their luck this round is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's as though they had, I don't know what, 0-8 for dinner, but it must have been really good.
Even though he's not playing.
He doesn't have to play, it's just him, you know, as a person in the team. You know what I'm saying?
Man, he must have a lifetime supply of food from APG after this. Like, okay,
yeah.
But he only gets to eat one type of food, like nothing else.
Exactly. It's like, okay, we're gonna test several types of food depending on the outcome. So let's just keep feeding him this particular one. Regardless, the kid on fire, and I feel like the kid, I was looking at 2 different members of SP at the same time, and he finally gets a pick onto one. Now, GX in trouble, all alone right now. I think the smokes will give him that space. He has to be careful because the smokes are kind of fairly spaced apart here, as the other members of YG gonna take this shack. And personally, I don't really like this shack. I have a lot of bad memories in this area, involving mollies actually.
Yeah, I'm not a fan as well of this shack. I do agree with that. There's a lot of open angles to be shot at, but if you're in that situation, it's either that shack or it's either APG's compound. So I guess they just picked the the sort of better one in that
Yeah, I mean, there
situation.
is still some cover, but the reason why I don't like it is because a lot of my casts, my previous casts, at least I've seen, is the situation where you have a molly thrown in, you're shot in from so many different angles, and then you have no choice but to tank that molly and finally go down in the end. And speaking of tanking it, Edward tanks that nade like a boss, does not go down, doesn't even reposition just yet, just to make sure that his teammates is able to safely move to the other side. Don't give up any of the information. One sec has a Dacia here. And I think the problem with Dacia, especially on this map, is number one, it doesn't have the best terrain to move on. Number two, movement is not very fast. So if you get shot, that car will immediately explode. And now Amir does get picked off here, but he does make it top 5. And I think that's a fairly, really good round here for Oxys.
I mean, realistically, there's not much vegetation inside of Miramar, and for him to like be ambitious to crawl in that open area, that was
There was
really
nowhere
ambitious.
for him to go, I think. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, maybe he could have played toward the other side of the circle. But I think given the fact that how this circle has been kind of like divided into two parts of a pie, with two teams at the bottom and one on the top, regardless of where he went, he was just going to die anyway.
But now, looking at the circle, I'm liking YG's position better now. It's just all about luck and how they happen to be when the circle shifts. Now APG, they have two teams to deal with in front of them. It's going to be BG. There's going to be another player on the right side that's currently proning. And it's going to be easy for FOD.
Yeah, for FOD, they just need to take their time, making sure that they don't overpeak. And I think that for FOD here, getting a little bit too eager to make things happen have been a downfall now for BG. Coming in from two sides, or rather three at the same time. Yo, Kid thought he was gonna be 300 IQing, but the crossfire from BG is gonna make it work for them. APG now in trouble with one knockdown. They're not gonna get that reset, but this is YG coming forward as well. Very aware where the other members of FOD are. They're gonna make sure that they can come in from two different sides here. The run and gun from TF not gonna work out there as the other members go down. BG on fire right now as BG. Not on fire, that's the opposite way. The BG does go down there from YG at the same time. Now APG in trouble. There is still one member still alive. I'm not sure if he's able to actually get into the compound to get his teammates up, because there's a lot of pressure coming in from YG. There's a big area that they have commanded, and inside of that building, if one even were to move, it's gonna be very complicated. But I think this is very smart from APG. Playing in the bottom side, on the outside instead of inside of the building, means that there's no windows for them to shoot through.
Yeah, I'm really liking the movement there from YG. Just look at this. They came out of compound, not really compound, they came out of shack. So they took half of the circle, meaning that now APG only has half of the circle to play. And what's in front of them? There's nothing. The moment they leave this compound, that's it. YG, they're covering all angles.
We are just waiting for the explosive play here, and I think APG has no choice but to do that. But the problem is, they are not having that movement. They didn't quickly manage to get that space. Now, if they manage to get isolate into YG, it can work out in their favor here. But YG, the way they've played here is to allow themselves to have crossfires from a lot of different angles. Marne huge onto the kid. Marne is so very low, but his teammates giving enough space to just reposition. Aggressive
Shroud.
push through here, runs him over. Shroud goes down. Beautiful shots to just end him. And then finally, at the end of the day, Loki is in a blue zone. It's chaotic out here. It's brutal, but YG comes on top.
And that is a winner chicken dinner for YG, despite APG getting not only the compound, majority of time in the circle, as well as the airdrop, but it's YG having a little bit more luck there towards the end, that they do not have many teams to deal with. They only needed to focus onto the compound, and that's where they open up. They know that no one else is behind them. Just focus onto one area and secure this chicken dinner.
I think it's huge for for YG as well. If you remember how they played it, is that even though they are the type of team to really challenge for compounds, they waited safely outside. They let WPM take those fights. And because they were very patient and just choosing to take, I would say, the lesser compound, it also allowed them to not only reposition quickly, because when you're inside a compound and you want to quickly take up space, you have to move out of the area, get into your vehicle and move. But because of how they're playing outside, it gave them so much time to work with as well. And as for, I would say, FOD plus with APG, they had to fight each other. And in this situation, those picks from the other team alongside the long-range picks from YG gave them such a bad time.
Yeah. I mean, YG really know how to put the pressure towards the end. It's not like they sat passively. And that's what I like about that last play, right? It's like they know that, okay, they needed to secure parameters. They want to get the bigger piece of the pie when it comes to the circle, and that's where they made that preemptive move to the front. And when they got to that 50% mark, that halfway mark, we know there's nowhere else for APG to move.
Yeah. It was a very interesting circle, honestly, and with the fact that Amir managed to pick off one from FOD as well, gave so much value, honestly, to YG. Now, if you remember the circle as well, it was actually not only heavily biased toward APG, but also the circle was a situation where both teams were at the sides of that circle. It was almost like a gentlemanly agreement until the circle shrank. Now, for Marne, this is usually where he is for a most valuable player. He's very similar to Migs, I believe, when you look at WPM. High damage and 7 eliminations puts him on the top, and you see how he's okay or trusts his teammate enough to be able to take up space all the way out in the open. And every time Marne is low, you can see, like, in that situation, I would definitely have my gun out instead of a util, but he trusts his teammate to get a trade while he throws out that util because he has the battle angle to work with.
And here are the current teams to watch in that round. So obviously we have YG, we have APG, FOD, as well as Axis. It's nice to see Axis back on the board at least. But I'm not too sure. I think they have yet to do enough to get out of that number 20 spot, but they did close the gap because they were the ones who eliminate H2O. So H2O, they are not in a good situation. They could drop to number 20 by tomorrow.
You know what's really interesting? The fact that Axis was full squad for only a total of 7 minutes. They were picked off one by one, and another 2 went down. It was only Amir. Now, what's really interesting about this is that we've seen this before last week from Amir, where he was able to do these miracle plays, 1v3s. And I'm always curious, like, you have these explosive plays happening, and I'm wondering, like, the psychology behind it. Like, how exactly are you able to play under so much immense pressure? But regardless of that, 20 eliminations puts them so close to WPM, honestly, in terms of amounts of kills per round. And it's the same map as well that WPM excelled in yesterday. 20 eliminations, 10 rank points, 30 points. Yesterday, WPM managed to get 31.
And yeah, they almost broke the record. But
1 kill, that's all they needed.
Yeah, just by 1 and they would have evened up. But if they get 2, then obviously it will be a new record. But anyway, besides them, APG, FOD also got double digit in terms of total elimination points, so that's not too shabby. Most of the teams got points on their own, except for, unfortunately, GE, who was supposed to do well, but not this time around. Vipers as well, no points for them. Other than that, I would say it's pretty even.
Yeah, but no movements from the top 3, but APG taking back their rightful spot on the 4th place. But they are tied with GE, if you think about it, in terms of their total points. Regardless, the reason why GE is placed on top is because the rank points, they are rated higher than YG. But if you remember, YG has always been the more aggressive team that loves to pick off those kills. PBE going down, Sin going down, FOD goes up, and KE goes down. If you remember, KE in the last match, they actually went from I think the 3rd or 4th bladder from the 2nd page and moved all the way up because of their performance.
Yes. But unfortunately, in this round, they got taken down fairly early, so that's why they had to move down. But looking at the page number 2, which is going to be important because remember, we are still looking for the top 16 teams. Like, even though if you're champions of week 2 or week 1, yes, you get bonus points, but that's not the main point. The main point is just qualifying to the grand finals. Definitely worried for H2O and Axis. Looking at the current state, realistically, I don't think we'll see them in the next round.
Including Vipers, actually, if you think about it, because the points between those two teams are fairly close. And it's just so unfortunate for them, honestly, because they're just not able to... Vipers does make, I'll say, a pop-off now and then, but it's just a situation where the pop-off was not able to get the full value. They weren't able to get those kills. It's either being stolen or they're getting third-partied, or eventually they weren't able to finish their kills. They want to use it for the bait, but they got baited instead in the end. But let's talk about summaries here, where WPM, again, just overtaking and just outshining all the other teams in terms of elimination, damage, average survival time, and top 5 rates. I mean, it was higher the other day. If you remember last week, we ended the week with WPM with a 52%, now down to 50. It shows that the other teams are kind of chasing in terms of their skill and giving them a hard time. but it's not in a way that really bothers them because they still have a percentage of those win rates. Regardless, the MVP race, instead of all 4 being WPM, now Austria take 1.
Yeah, but at the same time, we see a little bit of a swap here. Federalists moving up to number 1 instead of Michi, who held on to a very high spot for a long time. And it's nice to see AstroX up there as well. If anyone has been following the scene, AstroX was with Orange Esports before, and he's one of the senior players around. So nice to see that this sort of an OG player up there still showing that he's able to do the business despite him being playing in the scene for a very long time.
Honestly, I really think that Astro should be one of the most valuable players coming up here. If you look at the amount of impact he has done for his team, I think that for how he plays here, it really works out with how exactly the team wants to approach an area or enemy. Astro moves first, Astro with the heavy hitting firepower, and it's as though he is the spearhead or the tip of the spear for his team, honestly, especially if you think about really aggressive fights. And on top of that, when time needs him to really go for those long rotations, those aggressive pushes forward, he's always there. And I'm really liking the fact that he has a lot of courage playing that way, and it really shows that he is the senior player in the team. And I think that they're in good hands if they keep continuing the way that they play. And I honestly think that in a lot of situations with Astro around, the team has been really topping the charts when it comes to getting that top 5.
Yep. So, well, the season MVP race, I would say it's still open.
If you could have one, who?
Oh man, this is tough. Don't make me choose, please.
No, just a quick one. Okay,
based I'll pick Astro X, but looks
Astro
like
X.
we'll be we'll be ending the show right now. But before we do that, Tash, please take a minute to say your last words.
Wow, smart. But anyways, thank you so much everyone for having me for the last 6 days of this tournament. Really excited to see who exactly comes out on top. Now, Sir Cloud going for Astro X. I think mine would be mixed. Let's see who actually wins this MVP race.
Alright, that will be all from us today. My name is Sir Cloud together with Tash. Thank you for joining us this season. Hope to see you more in the future. Bye.